Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville, welcome back to Cybertheria. Yes indeed, we're going to do that last painting we were talking about. We started with this, then we did this, and now we're going to do this right here. So this should be fun. I think it's going to be interesting to see, because this one had way less color. Now we got tons of color, right? Actually even more than what we got here. There was color in this, but nowhere near as intense with the yellows and the oranges and the reds and all that kind of stuff. So I think this is going to be really interesting right here, and we'll certainly have to do plenty of film noirs over the course of this thing. Some of them maybe even early. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, I did a whole bunch of printing stuff. I did get at least the corrupted versions of these printed. I got like 7 of them, I think. Hey there, Doji. Great to see you. And of course, I have been working. I have not forgotten. And I sent these to some folks. So remember that 3D6 table we were talking about? Well, I've got it for absolutely everybody. Everybody has a 3D6 table. And remember, we were talking about triples do an interesting thing. So here's what happens with each character when triples are rolled. Let's put it this way: when you roll 3 6s, something big time happens. Something real big time happens. And of course, there's your Galahad. And where's Mordred? There he is. Nope, sorry, that's Morgan Le Fay. There's Mordred right there. So he's got actually multiple. He's got multiple tables going on because, well, he's usually, again, probably going to be the AI that people are working against, I guess you would say it. Now I'm just going to get these off to the side. We do actually, well, we don't we don't have any there don't have any cobalt teal bluish out here, Doji, but we do got some fun stuff. We've got Perline Crimson, we got Puro Orange, we got Perline Red, and of course, if you check out the latest Instagrams right here, all right, that was. Oh, I was thinking of putting cadmium red out here. You know, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, Doji. I'm gonna do it. I was thinking about it, and I forgot. Out it goes. Out it goes. That's probably even more than I needed. Also, I don't know if people saw the video, but we were using the brush markers on these. We were using the brush markers on the dice. We were using the brush markers on these fabulous tokens and such. And also the dipping inks. So yeah, look at this. We have dice with color on them there, Doji. This is going to be super, super complicated to start out with. I mean, this is like going to be very, very, very complicated. Look at this drawing here, Doji. Look at this. I mean, this drawing, the precision and detail of this drawing, I mean, we can't go wrong, right? You can't go wrong from there. Now, what I am going to do is start out with this, and of course, oils are the original watercolors, right, Doji? I mean, look at that. That's shocking detail. That is shocking detail. Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate, Doji. Shocking detail. Now we'll do this. And even right there, that would have been such a disastrous watermark issue there with watercolors. I mean, it's really bonkers. It is absolutely bonkers. I just, again, it's for the best that I ended up using, you know, the watercolors, traditional way, all that kind of stuff. But boy, oh boy, had I known this back then, Nice to see you there, Paradigm. Doji, I mean, limitless planning, right? Limitless plan. I mean, clearly hours and hours went into the drawing of this and the forethought of this. So great to see you there, Paradigm. I hope that all is well. I might even. No. Ooh, I got. Fine, I'll use this. So we're doing blending brush on hot press illustration board, Paradigm. Look at that. Will the wonders never cease? Again, this is some complex theory right here. You don't get this on just any channel, right, Doji? Doji, if you wanted to share some stuff, I know you probably got to get going there. Oh, an 80 stream streak for Doji. Come on. There we go. It's like, wait a minute. Why ain't nothing happening? Doji, there you go. 80 streams for Doji. So appreciate, and I know it's not so easy for you there, Doji, to. And again, this is what we're doing, so you can see all the oranges and all that kind of stuff. Well, Paradigm, sorry that those are just, those are no fun to deal with whatsoever. Here's hoping that is all gone, all done, no more. And you can just kind of chill out a little bit, chill out, hang out, like you do. Now, appreciate that, Doji. Now, Doji, I'm going to be trying to do that experiment with the, well, it's almost like a comparison. The resin, or not, sorry, the resin and the modeling paste, I'm going to try those two together and see what happens with them. So we'll see. I think that the resin's going to be an easier to use thing than, say, the modeling paste has been on the FDM prints, but there's only one way we're going to find out. There is but one way we shall find out, and that is to just try it. Valvera, actually, there's it's more like it's more like all the kingdoms of Prussia, Valfera. Yeah, it's almost like before Frederick. Yes, imagine like every single. You had your Bavaria, you had Pomerania, Silesia, right, Valfera? Yeah, it's basically every other kingdom except for one Frederick the Great. There's many of them now vying for power, Valfera. Where is? Oh, here it is. So we have freed the linseed racer, Valfera, from its little perch there. I mean, that's not nothing, right, Valfera? I mean, that's that. I think we can print this out now many times and try. Actually, Valfera. Oh, Valfera. Maybe it would be fun as a vehicles workshop. I mean, I don't know. To me, it would be fun as a vehicles workshop. I don't know if it'd be so fun for other folks, but I don't know, Valfera. It might be fun to see that as a vehicles workshop. I don't know what is on there, but we're going to try something different. We're going to try this guy here. Where's my cadmium? Okay, that's a little better. Valfera, there's a bunch. Well, let's see. There's 14 different varieties, Valfera, and each of those varieties, there's multiple seeds planted, if you want to call it that. So there's a lot, Valfera. There is quite a bit. Look at this. Look at we're kind of tinting here, and oh yeah, we haven't even used Indian yellow yet. Now we got the Indian yellow out here. Okay, out comes the heavy firepower, and I'm talking Williamsburg Indian yellow. There you go. Williamsburg Indian yellow. We're not playing around here, Valfera. We're serious. We're very, very serious. I mean, Valfera, that really wasn't. That was not too shabby of a race, right? I mean, that was one heck of a finish, I guess you could say. Here, let me move my reference right. Okay, now I can actually see stuff. Well, we'll see, Valfera, if the would you say the protection of the hot press illustration board, or the absorbency of the hot press illustration board will do what we need it to do. We'll see. It will be a test of that, right, Velfira? That's gotta be right. I'm a little on the higher side there. We'll do that. So I think Velfira will be all right. Again, hot press illustration board and all. And of course, if we're going to go opaque with anything, there's most likely going to be some white in there. No, we'll just keep it like our other ones. That's just, I was going to do it more like the image there, but we'll kind of keep it like our previous attempts here. That's going to be coming across here, thereabouts. Like so. Some over here. Okay, that's a wow. And that's not black at all. That's just some red. Well, a little bit of dark added to it. Okay, fine, but not a ton. I'm gonna go super glazy here with the darker stuff. Also tempted. Let me try something here. Nah. We're gonna change that to, where's our crimson? We had a whole bunch of liquid running across the edge over here. I might even grab me one of these. One second, I'm just trying to get me a sponge here. That was more difficult than I was expecting. Okay. You can look at the intensity versus this already. It's been... Oh, and Velfira, I think I sent you these, right? Let me grab them for you here. So I think I sent you these guys. If I haven't, I will. But remember the 3D6 table? This is I've spent a big portion of the week working on these, Velfira. Essentially, basically, well, if I'm going to do any sort of initial playtesting, right, Velfira, I need somebody to play the other characters, right, Conrads? How you doing? Great to see you there, Conrads. Let's see. I think you had your 120. Wasn't that last week there, or Saturday? Oh, and of course we are going to be doing, I think, the Morrigan. We're going to be painting the figure version of that on the stream tomorrow, and then Saturday we'll paint up all of the corrupted Cyberthurian characters. Now that I've got tons and tons of these all set and ready to go, and this is actually one I did with the marker. Yeah, this is one I did with the marker brushes and the dipping inks right here. I had to kind of look at it a couple of times there just to see. That kind of tells you that I was able to, get reasonably close. I mean, exact, no. Anywhere near exact, not really. But close, yes. Now we're going to start to see what's happening here with our reds and orange. We need that a little further up here. I think that's about where we need it. Yeah, I think that's where it's got to go. it was really, I gotta say, it was pretty nifty to see that stuff take shape, and then to see it all out on the table. That was I'm not gonna lie. There was definitely a point there where I was just like, wow, I've been waiting a long time to see. Well, actually, not that long, Velfera, because it still hasn't been 8 weeks since I started working on the game. Uh, yeah, we're still 2 days. Actually, no, technically we are 4 days away from when I actually started working on it 2 months ago. Which, the more I think about it, Velfera, the more insane that actually is. Because keep in mind, there's also, I've been working the RPG game at the same time. There's this minor thing called the Compass Rose universe and making entire fleets. Minor details, right, Velfera? Okay, now we're starting to drop in our little cityscape right here. And yeah, you can kind of see the difference there. Maybe we're going to push this up further to about there. We push you up further, maybe to about there. Let's start thinking about our cloudy bits here. How do we want to tackle this here? Give me more of my red or orange. First batch of cloudies. Let's start working their way in here. Oh, look at this. our little kind of rotating brush stroke that we do. A little bit of rotating brush stroke there. A little bit of scumble at the same time. Now the interesting thing, Valfira, is that you cannot work that way. You actually have to work on all the things at once, because first of all, there are limitations to what each device can do at any one time, and there's actually stuff that gets learned that has to be applied to other areas. I don't know if that makes sense, Valfira, but yeah, you cannot do this in some linear fashion. There is no just, oh, I'm just going to work on this till it's done, and then I'm going to work on this next thing till it's done. There is no such thing. What is our favorite word here, Valfira? Megatasking. Remember that? Actually, Valfira, I think we need a sticker for megatasking. You know, multitasking. It's for amateurs. I think, do we need some kind of sticker for that, Valfira? Multitasking is for amateurs. Join Megataskers Anonymous. Conrad says on 121. Of course, Conrad, I always appreciate you joining in on the streams. Thank you so much. And I appreciate everybody doing that. I would have, I literally would have, I would have committed several orders of crimes to be able to do this when I was a kid. I didn't have the stuff that could do this. Did not have the stuff that could do this. Now this is going to have a little bit of brown in it, but no, that's too much. That is too much. We're going to retreat. Well, we'll just use this somewhere else. That's what we're going to do. We'll just we'll just use this elsewhere. And again, lots of changes going to happen here. And as we work through certain areas and such. How's about we darken you down a schmidjola? Nice to see you there, Arda Michael. Actually, you can't have that, Velfira. Yeah, you can't. But that's the ironic thing is you can't have that and be a mega tasker. Yeah, because the people with that they don't have the flexibility to bounce from one thing to the next. Which is, I know that sounds weird. I know that sounds weird, but it's definitely what I've seen. Let's see. So, Artemichael, sorry that it's super toasty there. I think I told you, Velfira, that for whatever reason, with all the printer settings and stuff, GPT basically defaulted to print it as fast as possible. So that's one of the reasons why I was having all the mischief there, Velfira, is it essentially defaulted to, well, totally the opposite of what we're doing here, right? It's all about total reliability on those prints, not okay, crank them out as fast as possible. Nice to see you there, Arid. Arid, why don't you post your Pinterest links? Oh, geez, Velfer, it's 21 minutes. I'm thinking pretty soon we might have to do a little film noir, don't you think? It might be almost time there, Velfira, for a wee spot of film noir. Because wasn't it about 15 minutes in or so, Velfira, when we did that on the first one? I think both of them. There we go. There we go. So, well, now this is going to be a little bit longer film noir, right, Velfira? Because we got more of these going on. Now, let us do this right here. So, all of a sudden, once again, it's all about the edges, right? Where's my... Oh, here it is. Now, obviously, we don't have all the same kind of values worked up here, but look at this, Velfira. Wait, let me zoom out, too. All right, one sec, Velfira. Here we go. Look at this. I mean, you would just say, okay, you're just painting the same exact thing all over again. Now, I don't know, maybe this way I can hold both of them. Let me try. Okay. Can you see both of them? All right, here we go. Whoops, almost hit the wrong thing. Look, bam. We're still going. We're not at 50 yet. Now we are. Look at this. Didn't those look pretty darn... And actually, Velfira, when this is even at like, I want to say an hour and a half from now, in film noir, these two should almost look identical. All right, so again, everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irdican Wife just shared. Give Irdican Wife a follow while you're also at it. Whoops. Boy, that Indian yellow, Williamsburg Indian yellow, man, hey, don't mess with that. That is so intense. Oh my goodness. Now here we're going a little bit of Candinium red, right, Velfira? Right, and again, doing kind of the scumbly stuff here. I'm inclined to I just stole a little bit. No, I'm going to go more towards the... So I'm going to take the Perline red, not Perline crimson, Perline red. Now, okay, there we go. Now that's up. Come on, I'm looking for more. There's the violet that I'm looking for. There it is. Yeah, so actually, it's funny because Camda was sending me messages. He's working on a terrain piece. I don't know if it's with the kitties, but he's working on a terrain piece. Land dressed might be at the picture show. That's possible. It should be interesting. I'll try to keep track, Velfira, when it dries, and just see, how much of an effect. We know it's going to have an effect, but how much of an effect, as far as drying this stuff, does the illustration board have? Boy, there's something I might have to turn. There's some kind of weird thing. It's like at the top of the chat thing, and it keeps blinking something. I don't know what it's blinking there, but it keeps making me think like somebody just did a chat thing. And I look up there, and there's no chat thing. It's just whatever it's flashing, some kind of alert or whatever up there, or changing the screen. That it didn't used to do that before. That's super annoying. Huge surprise, right, Irid, that it would Streamlabs or whatever would change stuff to do irritating things. That's almost shocking. Yeah, they would do something to irritate us, right, Irid? I shall now try to work in a little bit more of our structures here. Let's do this. Oh, yeah. Let's get these guys in here. And again, everybody please give Irid Kenwife a follow. Irid, I'm guessing it's the usual. Right? The usual stream days, Friday, Saturday. The usual stream times. 7 p.m. Pacific. 7 p.m. Pacific, Irid Kenwife. Be there or be very square. And I'm thinking it's going to be more jewelry-oriented streams, right? I know eventually you'll be doing the you'll be doing the Gundam stuff again. Wasn't sure if you were eyeing like another diorama type Gundam thing, or would it just be like, okay, whatever Gundam thing appeals. Doesn't really matter. Nothing specific in mind. Speaking of Camda or Hamda, that one's all done, right? Right, Irid? Or is that one kind of in the closing stages? The one that you were doing for Camda there. Come on. Okay, there we are. And then over here, let's get this going. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing here. That might have been a little bit taller than I wanted, but whatever. Yeah, hopefully that's not too much of a hassle there. I mean, unfortunately, international shipping for me is pretty much that is a verboten thing these days. Not even going to try it anymore. That is long gone. I think we're good there. Now we're going to transfer some more again to that reflection down here, like you do. And now we want to also get, now that that's had a chance to set for spell, this with maybe the first bit we have finally added some weight to it, and at like only the tiniest trace amount of it, just to get that down in here. Think of it almost like this. Yeah, actually, well, I'm going to be doing one of those all-nighter things tonight because I'll be marching the back and forth to the post office. Now, I might also have to, well, let's see, I don't think I'll have to necessarily tack on the store as well because otherwise the 5.8, or no, the 4.88 mile hike then becomes like 5.1 or 5.2 miles. But yeah, there's a hike in my future, I guess tomorrow. Not gonna be fun to do after again not sleeping for quite some time, but is what it is. Unfortunately, the place that was nearby for so long, well, that got closed down. Now this blue up here, this is much more. You know what? I'm even gonna add a little bit more violet to it. That's how much more violet this blue is than what we used on the other one. Also going to darken this down a little bit. We're getting too much of our cloudy stuff in there. So we're going to go back to this again. Do a little scrumbly here. Again, oils are the original watercolors. That's why I can do this. What are we, 31 minutes in? 31 minutes ago. How much did this have on there? It had a whole bunch of nothing. It had nothing at all. Valfera, I would absolutely, I would love one of those. Now, of course, Valfera, we would also have to equip it. We'd have to make it more, what would you say? We'd have to have it for more of an urban environment there, Valfera, which means it would have to have blast shields. Probably have to have a railgun on it, Valfera. So think like the Mad Max version of a three-wheel delivery bike. Yeah, something like that. I think again that would be a little bit better for an urban environment. Now, ooh, look at this. Look at the first opacity, the very first of our opacity, starting to come in here. Now again, we can't determine what other form of that they're purely defensive measures, right, Velfira? Now, purely defensive. It's not like we would use those to, oh, I don't know, maybe eliminate a train that's in front of us or something like that, right, Velfair? We would never postulate doing something like that. It's like that train is going to delay us, so maybe have to take action against said train. Let's do it again, right here, where we did our stuff before. Let that kind of meld with what's already here. So what we do. Yeah, right, Phil. I mean, again, we're not advocating any form of weaponry on the streets. Well, Erda Michael, as you know, a railgun probably doesn't have the sufficient firepower to take down a city rat. I was thinking more like some kind of a Moab type device there, Erda Michael. That's probably the only way you can take down an individual rat. Cruise missiles, that sort of stuff. Again, they make a nice little popping sound when they go off, but the rat's pretty much just going to laugh at that. So we might need something, again, that has a little bit more potential than merely a railgun or something like that. Again, that'll work against humans, not against the rats. Alright, so we're getting more and more of our composition set here. More and more. Ah, look at I might just have to go with more Indian yellow out here. Wow, that's shocking. That's unexpected. Now, you know what? Let's fool around with this and this, and then some of Mr. Indian Yellow there. Let's just start thinking about some of our lighter cloud stuff here. I haven't really done a bunch of that yet. So we're going to change up a couple of things here. Again, doing the scumbly stuff. See how that's softened? Look at that. Look at how that immediately softened that. Look at this. Immediately softens all that stuff. Once again, immediately softens all that stuff. Now this, of course, we want that that same effect, almost like it's a little island over here in the midst of all of the fog and whatever. So look at this. We're just put this brush on its side, and we start doing some scumbly stuff, and that already, yeah, that separates that. Soften that up. So a lot of what we'll be doing now is kind of softening all these crazy little edges here where we don't want those. Velfair, what's the saying? Oh yeah, that escalated quickly, right? It keeps escalating more and more quickly, doesn't it, Velfair? Now, of course, it doesn't hurt that this is the third time effectively that we're painting this scene, so that is something to factor in, and just in all fairness, if you paint something that many times, well, in all likelihood, there's going to be some, what would you say, some time savings, or you've figured out something to cut down on the time to completion. But boy, it really happens quick, doesn't it, Velfira? I think our next film noir should be real interesting too. Now that we're starting to get this stuff in, yeah, that should be fairly interesting. Again, trying to get some of this stuff in up here. The one thing I didn't get to, Valfair, and I don't really know if it was even needed with the marker brush experiment, was the small tokens. So that is something. I don't think I have any time tonight after the stream, because I got a whole video to film and everything else. But if I can get those tokens, at least some of them with some stuff on them, then I can try to. I don't know about this weekend coming up, but maybe during the week, maybe next Tuesday, Wednesday, perhaps target actually breaking out the dice and doing some stuff, and just seeing how things play out with the turns, and is there something immediately that stands out. I'm sure that the charts are going to have all kinds of changes to them. That's kind of the nature of doing charts. Again, all those years with the 3D6 doing the baseball stuff has been tremendous. Tremendous help, that is. A massive help. And that mechanic of using the triples and stuff, I think that's going to really work out well. And the only kind of chart you can do that with would be the 3D6 curve. And then we'll find out, are the charts too simple or the charts too complex? might even print out another set of them for myself so that I can just kind of, write down on them and say, okay, we got to knock this up a notch. We got to knock this down. I will not deny that it was very satisfying, Valfira, to see all that stuff sitting there in that photo booth. That was kind of a nice little special moment right there. I do not deny it. It's a very different kind of chart there, Valfira, because with the baseball ones, every number was a different result. With those other ones, you saw that the results were there was like 2 or 3 numbers that were a result. Because we don't necessarily have the same kind of subcharts as I did on the baseball game. And also too the baseball game, each of those main 3d6 charts operated on 5 different skill levels. Whereas here, they're not, it's not like a catcher who, with Johnny Bench like abilities versus somebody, Ronnie Schmench. Yeah, Johnny Bench was skill level 1. Ronnie Schmench was skill level 5. Which, of course, now, Valfair, I want to resurrect the baseball game again just so that I can have a catcher named Ronnie Schmench. A perennial not all-star. Yes, he failed to make the all-star team for 10 straight seasons. Also, too, I might point out, now, I think with the results last night, I believe the White Sox actually are a wild card team right now, Valfera. Now, Blades is not here, and I have not mentioned this to Blades, but the White Sox have a better record than the Blue Jays. And the White Sox have a winning record. The Jays, not so much. So yeah, that's pretty unexpected right now. And again, of course, this baseball update brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. I mean, we talked about it, right, on the for race day. Did we not predict it was going to be an amazing finish with our Linseed Racer? Yes, indeed. That was hours before the race. Nice to see you there, Roland. I hope everything is going well. Let's see. And of course, we also have Ronnie Lashmorda, Valfera. Yes. He's a manager that likes to. He gets kicked out of every game because he argues with the umpire. Like the game hasn't started yet, Valfera, and he just runs out of the dugout and starts arguing with him. Yeah, that's Ronnie Lashmorda. Ooh, look at that! Look at that! Bringing that in there. And of course, this is our fabulous Cyber Thuria universe. Remember, we painted this up 2 weeks ago. We painted Cyber Thuria by Moonlight last week. Oh boy, Valfred, this is going to make for a real interesting film noir, I'm telling you. That's going to be real interesting. Now, you know what? Let me do this. I just realized we need. We're starting. Let's not do too much back here. Let's get back to our. Let's get back to our foreground. Let's do that. Here we. More of the Perline Crimson. Now, Arda Michael, did you get a chance to share your stuff in the chat there? I don't think so. I just want to make sure that you get a chance to do that. And of course, here's now. Have you heard back from ReaperCon yet? There, Art and Michael about doing the teachy thing there. I'm guessing probably not. Probably still waiting on that. Now we'll start breaking this stuff up here. Let's start. We need edgies right here, right? We need edgies. Now Cone Reds, I'm guessing that it's probably toasty over there. Like it seems to be for lots of folks. I wasn't sure how it was for you down there, Valfira. If it's gotten kind of toasty down there, or if it's still just kind of the usual for this time of year. So that was the special events there, Valfira. Again, if you roll triples, you would roll on that, and you would have things like bench clearing brawls. You would have injuries. That was all on the special event table. And I actually did have team development tables. So these were the same. At the same time, you were basically rolling up your team or drafting your team, whatever. You had manager tendencies. You also had stadium dimensions. You had stadium weather. Was it AstroTurf? Now, of course, you don't have many AstroTurf stadiums these days. Almost everything it seems like is some form of natural grass. Now, there's that field turf stuff. I still can't imagine, right, Valfira? Somebody like Ozzie Smith or something like that, diving on that AstroTurf, say like in St. Louis where it's about 1,000 degrees. I think they put like they put a thermometer on that AstroTurf there, and it said something like 121 degrees. Just because of how that was that nasty AstroTurf. Talk about some rug burn, right, Valfira? That's some serious rug burn right there. Where is something we can utilize? Gonna use this. Just doing a little pokey right there. So now we're starting to get to establish some edges here. Let's get some edgies going here. Something up here. Yeah. Start breaking these up. That's exactly what we did on our other ones, and that starts to flatten this out, right? Give us some more perspective. We're all of 48 minutes in, Valfira. That's it, 48 minutes. Maybe killed that edge. Again, we don't want nothing but hard edges here. We have to have some. There aren't too much with the hard edges. Okay, we're doing this. Breaking it up more and more and more. Smaller and smaller bits. That also, in addition to all the edges, in addition to the foreshortening, that's what brings this forward, is that there's more little detail stuff going on here, less and less as we push further and further back. And again, we're not even 50 minutes in, so we're not really even all that, we're close to an hour in, that's it. But now after we've done this, I'm going to start Let's develop this middle ground a little bit more with actually some dark. And I might, here, let me throw a couple of things back out here. This stuff, the fabulous, not periwinkle. We'll put this out there because we done used all that up. Fine, get out there. What was the other thing? Oh, yeah, well, Indian yellow. We'll put that out maybe. I might also put some of this back out there too, because we've kind of torn through that as well. All right. Get all this stuff out of here. I'm taking that. And our fabulous violet here. Because we got lots of orangey stuffs here. We actually, believe it or not, we want to get there. Look at that. And that's actually more of a violet color. When we do our film noir, that's just going to look like dark. It's not going to have this kind of bluishness to it here. But this is that's really going to jump this separate. Let's see how that separates this. And it carries that down. Here we have it. Up here, we got nothing in the middle with this. Can't have that. That's not going to be a bueno there. Let me show you this Valfair here. Look at the. So see how it looks down there in the. This is well, not in the lower right, but the sort of lower right of the main panel there. You can see it almost looks like Mordor Valfera. So that's going to be even more extreme than this. Now, I might actually, you know what, Valfair? I might do that one next week. I was going to maybe wait on that, but now I'm starting to wonder if that could be interesting to see. If maybe we do that one next week. I mean, again, I know this has a lot of red in it and everything else. But that might be an interesting thing to see. I'm leaning towards that. Where's my... Get a little more here. So yeah, the actual fractured Saber Camelot is going to look really, really, really different than this. This is still very serene looking by comparison. Okay, that might just do it there. Now we'll go up here. Mix some of my Perline Crimson in there. Darken you down. Oh, jeez, not that dark. Okay, that's a little. Yeah, I was like, whoops. I got super dark, super quick, too quick. Don't need it to get that dark that fast. Now up here, where my finger is, that's probably just going to get wiped away over and over again. So I don't know how much I'll invest in trying to put something over there. I don't think that Indian Red's really going to see a whole bunch of action over there. Something tells me. Probably not a bunch. They have to start getting some, at least mid-range dark clouds here because, again, that's going to heighten, right, the sun effect there. Now, this here's that's your pure orange right there. And again, we got to have the horizontal clouds here to create that sense of perspective, right? The clouds over your head being much fluffier like this. As they get to the horizon, everything gets horizon, they get smushed. The old horizon smush there. What do we got going on with this? All right, and I'm thinking we'll try to have our little lights on our towers and such too. This holding the brush on the side really does help with that too. Again, I basically have the brush on its side. It's not like this. It is like this. Brush is on its side. Try some more of my darker cloud up there. Let me try this. And okay. And again, well, we're still not an hour in. We're still shy of 1 hour yet. Even after all this. Technically, not an hour yet. That's, again, kind of a mix there of the red and of the violet. That be a little bit of the perline red. Perline red, perline crimson, two very, very different colors for sure. Nothing at all alike. One very much translucent, the other one not so much. Trying to get my little arch away here that we had on our other scenes. Yeah, not tons of hard edges back here. We don't want that to be a hard silhouette either, right? No hard silhouette there. There's another part of our cloud. I'm not so sure I want it all that much thinner in there, but let's see what we got. All right, now what do we have there? Okay, that's got some red to it. Ah, there we are. Ah, there we are. Also, some of that over here. That is what I've been looking for that for a little while. Now a little bit of scrumbly here. That's even more of a violet. Getting away from kind of the yellow. We're getting there. And now some of that's starting to work its way in here, because remember, this is almost like waves. Oh, and that's right. Was it Monday? Boy, Armada Monday. I am going to try and print out essentially, well, Yorktown. We'll see if that works out. And we'll paint ourselves a Yorktown. And then Flat Thursday, I would like to do a painting of basically your Dauntless Dive Bomber kind of diving down on a one of 4 Japanese carriers. Pick the one that you want. That would be our Thursday stream. Friday might be a dauntless diver, and I'm gonna try because I'm gonna see though if I can make a very simplified dauntless diver and then stick that on the deck, right, of our ship. So maybe a larger Enterprise with said dauntlesses on it. Belfair, unfortunately, that link was, I don't know if it was broken or whatever, but it just kind of had that link broken thing on there. So whatever it was, I could not see it, which is a bummer, right? Because B5. Now I tried on the phone, I tried on the computers. No device would play that. Now see, we're softening these edges. Starting to soften some of those edges where it's edges a little bit harder. We're starting to soften those now. A little bit. Edges starting to get softer. I'm gonna try to. Okay, let me get a little more depth in stuff that's over here. Or no, let's here. Let's get this just stuff out of there. Maybe one of the one happy choicers is the way to go with this. Bunch of light stuff here. I would prefer this to be more towards the red. And let me try some cadmium red and some of that. Little touch of our Indian yellow. Let's see what this does. Along some of our cloud edges up here in the foreground. And we're doing the same sort of scumbly thing. Look at this. I mean, I can immediately say, weird hard edge. How's about we immediately get rid of those hard edges? Because, we can do that. Again, I'm just literally taking the brush on its side and then just kind of smushing it over to the left. You're sensing a theme there. We're just kind of smushing the brush around there. We need to get these lighter here. Also, again, some of those edges being taken down just a teensy. No, I'm gonna get a little bit more of the reddish stuff in there because we want to lighten this more. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just posted a brand new video earlier today. At some point tomorrow, so, well, actually, maybe even on the 29th, we'll be posting another video. It's an experiment. I try to do as many experiments as I can with the videos. And this one's going to be using the UV resin to try and make our large FDM printed stuff, I mean, as smooth as possible. Like, I don't know, who knows, maybe even as smooth as, or if not more smooth than a resin print would be. That's really only going to work on, I would say, the largest surfaces, probably not on small details, but, we have to test it to find out. That's the only way for sure. That's the only way we're really ever going to know. More of that periwinkle, because I'm going to try to slice away a little bit. I guess I need more thinner in there. That was not what I was thinking, but looks like, yeah, all right. So yeah, that's here. We're just gonna thin this baby down. Whoops, not that big old chunk of paint there. Fine, maybe a little more thinner. Okay, now it's starting to get trimmed down to where I would like it to be. Yeah, that was a little bit too. That was a little too chunky right there. Gotta cut that down just a smidge, Ola. How's about we welcome in our dual raiders, Kaylee and Cap Master. So Kaylee, I know you gotta go do your stuff. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody welcome in Kaylee. Please give Kaylee a follow. Also give Cap Master a follow too. So Cap, hopefully you're doing pretty well. Thanks again for the raid. I know you. I think you've seen the last two landscapes, right? So that's the one we did 2 weeks ago. I'm pretty sure you raided into that, and I know you saw this. This was last week. So you can see. I know. Should we do an impromptu film noir there? Hey there, Grix. How you doing? And nice to see you there, Freedom from Mars. Um, so yeah, and of course, where is our? We finally have the linseed racer off of its thing. There we go. Look at that. There's your linseed racer with all the freehand on there. And of course, Catmaster, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now also, oh, here we go. We are on Friday, as in later today. We did this last week. We are going to paint the figure version of this. So on our next stream, which is later today, we're painting the figure version of the Morrigan there. That's going to be super, super fun. And of course, we've had a blast with our ships here. These are again all sculpts that I made myself, and we've already painted 3 of these bad boys. Yeah, we did 2 of them on the Monday stream to start off the week. All right, so and also and again, yes, we've also been working on our Cybertheria game tiles too. Yeah, we did a whole video on those. And we've also again been working on the rules for that. Here's again, these are tables. Thank you so much, Michael Paints Minis. This is that 3D6 table that we've been talking about. That was all the other games that I made were based on 3D6 tables, so we were adapting those to our Cybertheria universe. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Michael Paints Minis. Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. And you're still kind of ahead of all the emails, right, Michael? At least I think so. And of course, our latest tutorial video that we posted before the experiment with the markers was this right here. So this was one of my paintings. I mean, this is literally my painting just jumping off the page right here. This is pretty wild. It took days when I was drawing out the painting to do all these little mini spider webs down here. I probably spent at least a good 9 to 10 hours in like 2 different sessions just drawing out that part of the painting there. And thanks again, Michael Paints Minis. Now, of course, I don't know if you want to do the film. Actually, this might be a good time for a film noir, Valfera. This could be a very interesting time for a film noir. And of course, Michael, why don't you post some stuff in the chat? I know you got stuff that you can share. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and post some stuff there, Michael? And again, everybody check out some of the stuff that Michael Paints Mini's going to share. So that was a grand total of, I think, 5.5 hours there, Grix. It was 3 episodes. And of course, we're using oil paints. We are using oil paints, the original watercolors. Now, this is where it gets really fun. We're going to do... Because we've got a little further along here. Let's see if we can't grab these like so. Now we're going to zoom out. There we go. And now we're going to do this. And obviously, if this were a little bit darker on the cityscape, we'd basically have the same two paintings here. Obviously, this one is 1 hour, 10 minutes. This was like 4 hours, maybe 4.5 hours tops, right, Velfira? So again, there's a. Do they really look all that different? How's about we bring back that color? And well, there you go. It is literally the same scene. You change those colors around, it changes everything. That never gets old, right, Velfira? And again, this is all, it's all part of our Cybertheria universe, where we also have, in addition to our figures, we also have bas reliefs. We also have fabulous busts. Again, these are all things that I've been working on for quite some time here. Where's our, oh, and we're going to be getting to our corrupted characters now. So we're going to be doing the small versions of these. I'm going to zoom back in now. There we go. Everybody check out that link that Catmaster just posted. And of course, we have multiple versions of each character. We have kind of the standard version of Lancelot, and there's the corrupted version. Each one has, again, just a little touch of freehand there, because dragon is obviously the theme there. And we are going to be getting, again, back into our Celtic Goddess series. So that would be, where's our Morrigan? There's the Morrigan. So we'll be painting this on the next stream. And again, there's our Bridget that we painted. And of course, we have more. We got Arianrod, Epona, Branwen. That's fantastic there, Michael. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Michael Paints Minis just shared. And of course, thank you so much for the sub there, Michael. Appreciate that, like always. So you can see, again, we've got our blues in here, and of course, edges, right? Edge contrast is a thing, because here, where we don't have all those colors, the thing that stands out most, right, is those edges. Your eye is drawn to those edges first, whereas here there's competition. You got all of this going on. The eye's not automatically drawn to all of that, those sharp edges there. Whereas here, totally different story. Again, that's the Moonlight version of our Saber Camelot. Turn you back this way. Oh, wait a minute. Some more of our light here. And again, we are 1 hour, 12 minutes in. There was no drawing on here. We just started painting again, because oils are the original watercolors, and by oil paints, kind of the big three. The big three has become the big five now. Where's our William? There's our Williamsburg. Where's our Richardson? Where's our? There you go. Oops, that's a Gamlin. There's a Windsor Newton. So those are kind of your big five now. Gamlin, Windsor Newton, Williamsburg, Richardson, and now Paul Rubens.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for becoming a new little hobbit there. Appreciate that, Grix. Well, I would say that was Minas Tirith, but it's kind of missing the mountains. That's not Minas Morgul, is it? Because, yeah, I don't want nothing to do with that place. Boy, Gandalf is high-tailed it out of here. Let's see what happens for Grix on the big Gandalf 6. Does Grix get a 6? Uh-oh. It's all in the name there, Grix, because Grix just got a 6. A big Gandalf 6 for Grix. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. And yeah, what will be I guess eventually we'll have to start using our fabulous Cybertheria dice for that. We'll have to be rolling on some of our 3d6 tables and see what happens. All right, now we're going to start dropping here. Get some lighter stuff going on in here too. Also, back here, we're going to go even light. This is nowhere near as light as we can go. We can go certainly lighter than that. We're trying to kind of create the same foreground, middle ground, background, even in our little cityscape there, as we're doing overall foreground, middle ground, background, like so. Again, everybody check out that link that Michael Paints Mini shared. Michael, now that, well, of course, obviously, Reaper Con, the preparations for that never truly end. I'm sure those are well underway, right, Michael? But hopefully, you kind of get yourself a little chance to maybe do some streaming again. Oh, that's what we're missing here. Let me drop this in. A little something in there. Might even can try to trim down the top of that tower just a smidge there. Okay, there we are. That's starting to work out a little bit better. Have yourself a good night's sleep. And again, Cap, I hope that everything's going relatively well. I know that sometimes, that there can be a little bit of mischief with the health things and all that sort of stuff. So here's hoping that that's kind of at a minimum, at least for right now. Sometimes that's all you can kind of do, right? Right, Cap is just like, okay, at least right now things are kind of holding steady. Once again, now we really need to. There we are. That's what was missing over here. Was some light there. Now, where's a blendy brush? We're going to use this. Well, looky there. This is the advantage of the oils. This is why we don't have to sit there and do layers and layers. Hashtag no layers with the oils. You see, we just dropped it in there. We took this and whoosh, look at, we got edges over here. Edges, schmedges. Now, let's just take those out. No more edges over here. No need for a whole bunch of stuff, right? Just like, let's just take care of that. Now you're doing, oh gosh, at least a few classes there, right, Michael? Like your Get Good class and all that. Well, it's that time there, Michael. Start posting links, maybe, or whatever. Start talking about your classes that you're doing there. It might be that time. I know that is definitely a challenge there, Cap. And again, wishing you all the best. And again, everybody, please give Cap Master a follow. And especially when that challenge kind of extends through multiple years, right, Cap? That's not exactly super fun. That's fabulous there, Michael. Oh, hey, geez, Michael, sorry, I completely forgot. Michael, why don't you talk a little bit about the new Reaper paints, or post a link to that? Has the what do they call that thing? Is that just called a pledge manager there, Michael? Has that gone live, or I think that's what they call it? I believe I could be all wrong about that. If I am, I apologize. Actually, now, Michael, did you ever think 3 years ago that you would be doing this, like at a ReaperCon and stuff? I think you could say things have advanced, right? So Pledge Manager is now live. So actually, Michael, why don't you post some linkies to that so that folks can check it out? Again, everybody head on over that. I forget. Sorry, I've already forgotten what the new line is called. Well, have yourself a good night there, Cap, and I hope you get plenty of restful sleep. There's sleeping, and then there's restful sleep. Here's hoping you get yourself a nice restful sleep. You know what? I'm. Oh yeah, definitely. We're definitely going to do that back here. We're going to take some of that away. And then that's a little too hard of it. Look at that. See, we just took that edge. Look at it. A couple of little swipes at it. Knocks that edge down. Super nice. Everybody check out that Reaper Mini link. Check out that Reaper Mini link. I just remember, Michael, that that's when you were teaching the classes at ReaperCon and everything else. I think it's advanced pretty nicely, hasn't it? Now, what was a light over there is now actually a dark over here, because all this again was just kind of glazy stuff right in there. So again, the reformulated Reaper paints, go check that out. Go check out that link that Michael just posted. No, that would be too light there. I don't want to go too light. Now we need to start getting some of that over here on these clouds. That might have a little too much yellow. We need more orange. Let's go more orange here. Ah, there we are. Yep, there we are. That's what we needed. Like, that's got a lot of yellow in there. We need more orange, which is just pure orange mixed with some white. Do we want more of this? I think so. Yeah, let's do. Whoa. Okay, maybe that was a little more than I wanted there. Okay, we'll roll with it. We'll roll with it. Whatevs. I gotta connect these anyways. Whoops, that don't go there. Again, the oils make that super easy. And oils are the original watercolor. If you watch, I mean, I'm not lying, right, Valfira? If you check out the early portions of this, it truly does look like it's a watercolor. I mean, there's still portions of it right now. If people were to see it, they'd say, "Oh yeah, it's a watercolor." And the paint contest is as big as ever, right? Right, Michael? It is. Is it the Reaper MSP? I think that is. It still called that, Michael? Again, my apologies for ignorance on all things ReaperCon these days. So yeah, if I'm not right there, my apologies. Ooh, you know what? Even more of the pure. Oh yeah, there we are. Just put more of the pure orange in there, and we're doing the same kind of scrumbly thing here with the brush. So it is called the MSP Open. I think the difference is now, right, Michael? There's a whole bunch more chow establishments right around the hotel there. Because when we were first there, that was that was the first year of that hotel, like it was a brand new hotel. I do believe things have been constructed around it, right, Michael? So I think you got yourself much more in the way of choices for chow. That's not really surprised there, Roland. Not super surprised. Hopefully you're not waiting on any model kits there. There's been a couple of times where you were waiting quite a while on some model kits. Hopefully that's hadn't been the case in a while. Because I think, Michael, the only place that you could just like walk across the parking lot to was like the TGIF or something. There was maybe one other place. There was those two. And I think now there's a whole bunch, if I remember right from what people have been saying. I think there's a whole bunch more establishments that you can utilize there. How's about we utilize some of our very light color right down Broadway, right here. Right down Broadway here. Now, I guess Michael, and sorry if you probably talked about this on the council, but I don't do memory type stuff. Is there going to be what can I guess physical unveiling of the new paints? Maybe just like some examples. There's some sample things at ReaperCon, or would they actually all be? Would there be something available there? Again, I'm not. I know you probably said. I'm sorry that I cannot remember because the brain. Well, you know how it is here. There's no. I don't do names, dates, times. I don't do any of that. Now look at this. See, we got just another edge that just got established there. See, more edges, more better, and that starts to bring this further towards you, right? Because we're starting to get some edges on our cityscape back there. Now we got some more up here. We kind of wiped out one of our darker lines there. We'll be bringing that back. It's not a big deal, not a huge problem. Again, we're not even 90 minutes in. We are 1 hour 25 minutes in. That is it. And this started life as just a blank piece of board. There was no drawing, there was no nothing. We didn't even do a drawing here. We basically just started going blam right in with the paint, and that's it. We just we went strong to the paint right away. Because that's how we roll here in Marpleville. A little touch more of our, again, starting to get a little bit more of our sunlight up there on our clouds, which, after we give that a little while to set, we're going to start, breaking down some of those edges too. Doing the scrumble here. Look at that. See how that softens everything right in there? Softens it all up very nicely. So have a good night's sleep there, Michael. Good night's sleep. And again, congratulations on everything. Congratulations on everything. I know it's been a lot of hard work over the years, right, Michael? But I think you would say it's been very much worth it. And congrats on all the Reaper stuff and everything else. We don't want this to get too. No. I'm gonna retreat here. Okay, there we are. It's like that's getting a little bit lighter than I wanted. A little bit too late. Okay, that's it. Now that sort of grounds that a little bit. Oh, speaking of which, we gotta make this here. Where are we at with this brush here? And take Perline Crimson. Touch of that violet. Let's see. I hope that's not too watery. A little more violet, maybe. Ah, there we are. Is nice. Okay. There we go. Now, see, we just brought up that foreground line a little bit more. So that is fabulous there, Michael. And again, everybody please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Also Catmaster, also Kaylee. Do the follow stuff. Now again, we're starting to construct here our building a little bit, a little more resolution in the buildings. How's about we do a little bit more on our arches there? Maybe that gets worked up a little bit more dark right here. And then this, if that is darker, this cloud actually comes forward more and sets that back if that's actually darker. So again, it's a little bit of a game that you play. the contrast game, the edge game, lights, darks, all that stuff. Yeah, we need a little something more over here. Yeah, so we'll go a little too peaked over here. Let's get a little something more. Okay, now again, this is for our Cyberthuria universe. We've got figures. There's a board game. There's an RPG now. There's all kinds of fun stuff happening. Lots and lots of fun stuff. That's only got a minimal. Maybe I even throw that yellow in there. Let's see what this is gonna do right here. To try and get a bit of this light here under some of these clouds, and then maybe even some of it down here. So this is we're getting really light here. So again, these are almost kind of like waves here, right? Undulations of clouds that are almost like waves. Let's see if we can't get some of this on these foreground clouds right here. And not maybe so much back here, but as kind of right here in the strike zone, right there. Don't want it to also get too light though. To our fog back here, we're gonna drop this down here and a little more going up this way. Like so. That is what you see. Well, look at that right there. And then eventually we'll get our lights in here too, as in window lights, not just lights and darks. Again, start to create a little bit of more subtle kind of cloud stuff going here, and then at some place, sometimes we just have to say, you know what, we'll just have to wait to maybe give this another 15-20 minutes before we try putting more stuff over there. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Maybe start to think about some of our window lights here. And you can kind of see how this again relates to our various figures, especially the Lady of Shalott, who sees it all in her mainframe mirror. And I mean, you can't get much closer right there. Again, that's when I was first painting this, people didn't quite know what I was doing. That is what I was actually painting there. Nice to see you there, Camda. Thanks, Camda. There's been some interesting film noirs already, Camda. This basically looks exactly like the Moonlit one in film noir. I mean, you almost can't tell them apart. Obviously, you know, not everything is in the same place. But now that this has kind of been catching up with the lights and darks, I'm guessing it's probably even it's probably even closer, Camden. Why don't you share some stuffs there in the chat? Now, Camden, did you figure out? I think you made your door for that already, right? Hopefully, you got some of the other details figured out too. And again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda paints with the oils as well. Camda, I was hoping that maybe next Tuesday/Wednesday coming up, I could try to take all of those 3D6 charts that I showed you, and well, obviously all the tokens and the tiles and everything. I am going to try and print up some more tiles if I haven't already. I'm going to try and print up some more of the tiles. I think I have another batch of them printed up somewhere. I just can't remember. And also got to get some paint on the tokens. That was not enough tokens for sure. But now I've got those spray cans. So I'm going to try to do that. And again, that is our fabulous Cybertheria universe to go along with all of the busts, the bas reliefs, the figures. Saturday is when I'm looking to paint the corrupted characters. I think I got 7 of them printed out. So we'll see if we can paint all 7 of those on this Saturday stream. It's almost going to be like an old-fashioned Saturday challenge, right, Camda? Almost like an old-fashioned challenge. And then, of course, our next week is, of course, that's going to be our Battle of Midway Observation Week, which will give me more time to print and prep some of the Siri Republic ships. I'm pretty sure I sent folks that animation of the 3 painted ships that are already done. That was really fun to see that, Camda. I really enjoyed seeing the animation of the 3 ships together. Needless to say, you're going to see a lot more of that. And by a lot more of that, I mean a ton more of that. Okay. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda Paints just shared. Everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Hopefully everybody enjoyed Hero Quest as well there, Camda. And that seems like the family's been having a bunch of fun with the game nights there, or game days. However that might be playing out there. Again, trying to get undulations, almost like waves here. Now, okay, that's gonna. We've been working later. We're gonna work the other way, because we're gonna try and bring in some like hefty darks down in all of these places here. Because we've been developing this more. Let's move down here. We've been doing this 1 hour 38 minutes. That is all. We actually have cadmium red out here, Camda, just for funsies. Also, Williamsburg Indian yellow. We brought out some heavy hitters, Camda. Some heavy hitters coming out here on our fabulous flat Thursday. Well, now Friday. There's our nice dark edge there. I mean, you thought we had some dark. Then this is not black. In fact, there's not any black in this. There's red. There's an indigo. There's not any. You don't have any black in this. It might look that way. Rest assured, no, we don't use any black in here at all. Yet, still quite dark, wouldn't you say? Get ourselves some of our little grass tuftsy things there. Reinforce this now. And that really does start to, again, stand out edgy-wise. Right, from what's already there. Get more of that pearling crimson, some of the indigo together. Now let's rejuvenate our edge over here too. And here we go. You'll notice that it's not one, super hard edge there. There's a little variation to it. Okay, there's again some more of our foreground that starts to separate this. That little patch of land there. Come on, there we are. Like so. Maybe darken you down a little in some parts here. Now I gotta get in here with the burly and crimson with the black. So I think this is the first of our landscapes where we kind of went strong with the not all alkyds. Most of the other ones have been pretty much straight up alkyds. This one, a little bit of a mix. Some of the key colors, not alkyds at all. Because we're looking for that extra bit of intensity. Now look at this, not just darker, right, but more edges here. That starts to reseed, kind of alternates between this kind of taking control, then this takes control. Ultimately, that's got to take control as far as at least what's coming towards you. Your center of interest can be back here. Center of interest in what your eye is drawn to, not always the same thing. Sometimes you want there to be a journey to where you kind of take them towards the center of interest, as in you bring them in here, you shoot them back this way, and there you send them to this. Instead of just like clubbing them over the head, as soon as they step in the door, you just like bonk right there on the head. You're like, here, look at this. Now, also, I want to... Fine, we'll just use this here with... I guess, yeah, we're definitely going to have to get some more of our white out there. Now, because we've been doing the later cloud things over here, we're just going to scumble that in, and that's going to mix with what is there already. Now we're going to do the same deal over here. Just kind of scrumbling that in. Nice to see you there, Stulitzer. I hope that you're doing well. Now, what is it, 112 here now? So great to see you there, Stulitzer. All right. And then we'll leave those. We'll migrate over. Here, let me grab some of this. There it is. It's like, where'd that red go? Now we're going to work a little bit of that back into here. Not a ton. Just a little. Maybe even more with the red there. Ooh, there we are. That is what I needed. Yep. That is what we needed. Nice to see their surface tension. Surface tension, I know I sent you some pictures. I can't quite read. I think I sent you some of all the board game stuff. If I didn't, sorry about that, and I'll get that to you. Maybe it was those solo charts, or both. If hopefully I remembered to send all that stuff to you. I know I sent you something. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember what it was anymore. That's all part of that whole name, dates, and times, right? Oh yeah. Here, let's get that white stuff back out here. Again, nothing crazy with that. And of course, why don't you share some stuff there? Surface tension. Why don't you share some stuff? Some oil painted goodness. Share those oil painted goodies. Now, we got cadmium red. We got some seriously expensive stuff happening here. Surface tension. We got the cadmium red. We got the pearline crimson. There. Perhaps it's a little bit too much on the cooler reds. I want the cooler reds up here in the foreground, like so. You see that also brings up that it's just a touch more. So yeah, okay, that must. I think I sent you then. That's all the. Remember those 3D6 tables I was talking about? Surface tension. That should be what you're seeing. And thank goodness, I spent years and years and years working on those 3D6 tables for other games, because it was super handy. It was very handy when it came to this. Because it couldn't quite be the same. I mean, there's different ways to utilize a 3d6 curves. Looky here, a Stulitzer streak. So hype train there for a streak of continuity there, but Stulitzer wins a prize. The hype train. There you go. So yeah, surface tension. I was hoping, again, like I was saying earlier, this coming Tuesday / Wednesday, using those charts. I couldn't do anything. I know people were saying, "Have you play tested? Have you play tested?" Without those charts there, surface tension, I couldn't do anything. Because it's impossible to try and simulate in a game where you can't really know what the other player is thinking. It's just impossible to simulate that otherwise. Okay, so again, the lighter that is, right? Also a cooler color there. And of course, that is based on, well, the original hype train, which is this. Again, it's almost like a spitting image, right? Right, Inganes? It looks almost identical. Well, here we can, because Inganes has a 105 stream streak. Show you again just exactly how similar they are. Look at that. Look at that, and now look at the detail here. Look at the detail on that. You can't tell them apart, right, Inganes? Inganes, why don't you share a linky there in the chat? Everybody, please check out Inganes, because guess what? Inganes also paints with the oils. Yes, I know you got the Insta there. Why don't you go check that out? So great to see you, Inganes. Happy Friday, all that good stuff. Bam, here again with a little bit more of the red there. And it is absolutely hilarious that when you see these in film noir, especially now with how we've got this one developed, they're virtually identical. You almost cannot tell them apart, and that's just strictly because we've done a very good job at managing our edges. Everybody, there we go. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared, and then of course give Inganes a follow. I need more of this violet. Is that a? Okay, I thought there was like another piece of fuzz on that brush. I don't see it now. Oh, there we go. Now that doesn't have quite the. We had some weird little holes and stuff in there. Now we don't quite have those anymore. Oh, it's a piece of hot glue string. That's what that is. That is very annoying. Surface tension, I guess it's been a little bit on the toasty roasty side there. Uh, is it the end of ancient Welshlandia as we know it there, surface tension? And I guess the thing is, can the ancient Welshlanders evolve fast enough to keep up with their new environment? So instead of evolution, right, surface tension, they chose the Death Orb shield. But now we see what happens when the Death Orb shield falters. Look at that. Look at that. Again, we're bringing some of this down over here. Yes, a reliance on bio drones and the Death Orb shield. Look what that's. Look where it's brought you to there. It's brought a civilization to its knees, right? Right, surface tension. Ooh, I'm gonna bring me some of that over here. I'm not too shabby there either. Where's my? Oh, there's my periwinkle. Okay, we've done that now. Let's see if we can get a little bit of some white into that, and maybe some white into this. Let's see what happens. I'm not so sure that's quite exactly what we're looking for. No, not quite. So thanks for doing the lurky thing, Stulitzer. Appreciate that. Here, let me just get most of the time when we're cleaning brushes, we're just taking a paper towel and smushing all the paint out of them, and that's about it. That is mostly what we're doing. Yeah, surface tension. There's definitely been some maze around here where it's been a wee bit on the toasty side. Now we're talking. Now we're there. Gotta refresh that brush. Yeah, so you may be in trouble there, surface. I don't know. Can the ancient Welshlandians evolve quickly enough to be able to handle life at probably somewhere between 87 and 90, I would guess. Yeah, my guess is there's not a whole lot of air conditioners in ancient Welshlandian abodes either. Or some, maybe just like absolutely none. Little bit of thinner in this. A little touch of thinner. Like that. And look at that, we are almost at our number 2. All right, that's where done. Let's get a little touch of that down here. And by a little touch, I mean not a bunch. Just a little bit like that. And again, we're just taking some of that and bringing that down here. I like the idea of that also being a bit more towards the blue. Same deal with this. Oh, yeah, I like that. I like that. And by blue, I mean sort of like a dingy violet color. Yeah, that's your blue in this situation. So that's what I was saying there, surface tension. I mean, that's all we've had in this house my entire time here is just window air conditioners. Now, they can be overwhelmed if you have a whole bunch of 90 plus degree days in a row. Those window air conditioner units, after a while, the only place you feel them is right in front of them. And if you get one of those weeks where it's 100 degrees for 3-4 days in a row, then it's going to get real interesting. So, Arta Michael, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? I think you might have early on, maybe I don't know, but why don't you go ahead and share that? And I don't know if surface tension, if you had a chance to share your stuff yet. Again, some fabulous oil painted stuff. Again, here, look at this, getting nice and soft there. Where are we at? What am I over here with this? I think that's what I was using. Yeah, seems like it. Now again, some of that might just get wiped out with my hands, bumping into it, whatevs. Again, you can see our blue in there, but also again, we see even here we have hard edge, lost edge, little game happening there too. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Michael shared. Check out the Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared before Surface Tension is incinerated by the Death Orb. who would who would have thought surface tension? Death via Death Orb. You couldn't see that coming at all, right? It's a movie that you say, I never would have expected that ending. Well, let me get the Indian Yellow back out here. I didn't think I was going to be needing more. I didn't exactly put a ton of this out there either. But we got more going. Here we are. More out there. All right. That is for back here. More Indian Yellow. Who would have thought that Pure Orange needed a boost? And it's getting one now from the Indian Yellow. You never would have thought. I mean, who would have thought? The giant Death Orb would involve some kind of fatality. You really thought it would be more like it just gives out hugs, right? Surface tension, something that's named Death Orb. Yes, you would think it's just some kind of object that just gives out hugs, and that's it. Now we're going to try and get some of our, a little bit of cloudy layers happening here. Because with having these, right, that's going to start to indicate that we've got ourselves some even brighter stuff happening in the background there. Perhaps some orange up here too. We're going to try and do a little more development back here. We've been doing a lot up here. We got to still get all our little window things in there too. Now, well, as long as you got tinfoil lining on the inside, there's surface tension. You don't want it on the outside because that's going to create a lot of heat there. But you probably want that tinfoil on the inside. You have to protect yourselves from the radio waves that the squirrels are going to broadcast on those palantiri. Again, some people think those are acorns. We know better. That's what happens when bio drones escape control. They create their own communication devices in the form of acorns. All right, let me get a little bit more of the orange on this here and bring that a little further. Yeah, it needed some of that. Maybe the same deal here. Same thing. Also, it's going to be more like buildings and less like little nubs, or towers, I should say. And then we might work in, let me grab one of these guys. I'm not sure which one here going to work. Let's try this one perhaps. Speaking of squirrels, there was maybe Kathy got me this shirt or something like that. It was an image, it's like a very simple, like flat image of a squirrel, and the saying on it, he had a stick and there was an acorn there, and the tagline said, "Always protect your nuts." And again, any squirrel would probably want to do that. I guess that's sound advice for a squirrel. Here, let's get this straighter. There we are. Now, this is not super dark, by the way. Nowhere near as dark as this stuff. I said nowhere near as dark as that. That will get a smidge darker right here. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. That's starting to get its own little interior glow, is it not? You balance the light next to the dark with the mid-tone in between. You do the thing. Surface. I'll have to. I don't know if I don't think I sent you pictures of the sacred Christmas tomato plant out there in the yard. Yeah, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday, maybe. No, the day before. Yesterday was concrete work in the backyard. Well, not in the backyard, between the houses. Got that more dark up there. Also here. This is going to be really wild surface test. Oh, especially what I just did here, surface tension. Oh, check this out. Check this out. Now we're going to zoom out for one thing. So give me a chance to do that. So we zoom out. Here we go. Now let me see if I can get this. Okay. Watch this surface tension. I mean, again, they practically turn into. Again, obviously, this is not quite as dark in the foreground here as the moonlight one, but I mean, it's getting to be pretty much the same painting, right? That is absolutely freaky. Now watch this. There you go. We're still getting to 50. There we are. Now we're at 50. That is a whole heap and help of difference, right? Just film noir wise. I mean, it never quite gets old, does it? Does it? Surface tension. And of course, you can do that with your minis and all that. We do that all the time with miniatures here. You take your phone, you take your picture. Every phone has some kind of an app on there, whatevs, that'll let you just kind of kill that saturation, and then you get to see what it is. It really pumped that up, didn't it? Surface tension, big time. Now, how's about I'm gonna grab this here. It's almost like a super light pinkish color. Just gonna try and do some building lights here. Let's see how this is gonna work. Let me see how this here is gonna work. Come on. You need some. You need some. You need some. Now we gotta start doing our little lightsies in the window here. You know what? Oh, wait a minute. I can do that. I forgot that we actually had ourselves one more zoom A like that. Utilize that for sure. Maybe about 50-50 thinner to paint ratio here, I'm thinking. Maybe not exactly that, but pretty close to that. And we will try to do one more of these. Try to do one more. And that will be with completely fractured Cyber Camelot. So that's going to be a very interesting scene. Gonna look a little bit like Cyber Mordor there, surface tension. It's pretty wild, right? The surface tension. I mean, again, the all different forms of contrast, right? And it probably created its own shadows, which then, I mean, it darkened some of the stuff around it, even though, well, normally kind of light because of, well, midday. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much point in having lights on vehicles, right? Surface tension, unless it was just always nighttime. It's just that localized light can kind of overpower some of the light. I mean, the sun is, what, 93 million miles away. Objects in mirror are closer than they appear, right? Surface tension. We refer to those as AU, astronomical units. Trying to get a smidge of the light from the sun over there. Welcome back, Irid. Everybody, please give Irid Camwave a follow. And of course, Irid, maybe maybe do a little bit of a posting of a link there. So great to see you, Grant Oracle. I hope again that now is the event this weekend there, Grant Oracle? I think it was. I think it was. No, it wasn't last weekend, right? I don't think so. So Grant Oracle, great to see it. And I think I sent you these, right? So this is the 3d6 tables like we were talking about, and of course the triples. So like here, so this is Arthur, right? He rolls triple six. Some big time events happen. I mean, like literally, yeah, some big time events happen. And again, you've got Gwenny here, and then here's Lancelot. Yeah, that's wow. That is really there's some really fun, interesting things, and again the triples, and of course we even did one for Morgan Le Fay. I think so. There's surface tension. So Grand Oracle, very very excited. Lots of fun stuff happening. So it was last week. That's sorry that I keep getting mixed up on that Grand Oracle. And of course, Grand Oracle. If you want to share pictures of the event, well, you got some pictures of that, and you want to share those, please feel like you can do that. Of course, we actually have cadmium red out here, Grand Oracle. Oh, and of course, Grand Oracle. Those marker brushes, they actually worked really well on it. We finally found something they do well, Grand Oracle. We finally found something that they actually do reasonably well. I mean, again, here's that was a super quick thing there again with the marker brushes and the dipping inks there. I was pretty excited about that because I've been trying to find all kinds of different ways to utilize those things. Has it really been? I mean, there's been interesting things. It's like you could probably just do something better with the paint. But combining those with the dipping inks sort of resolve the one major weakness, which is well, there's no really dark colors outside of like black. So yes, sorry about that, Grand Oracle. Just again, my let's put it this way: my brain is very much overloaded on those charts right now. There was the working time. It's like as okay, I'm just working on the charts. That was not maybe super extensive, but the thinking about it, as in pondering for hours as I'm doing other things, saying like, okay, let's maybe cut back on that modifier. Let's add this modifier. Where is okay? There's my Indian yellow. Whoops, there's a little more of that than I wanted. That's all right. Fine. We'll work with it. And there's a little bit of our red sitting here too that I can access. Now we're doing a little bit more of this here. Starting to, a little bit more detail type stuff is going to happen down in here. Whoops. There we go. You can see now we're getting some of the edges red or light here. Casting down onto this, casting some light on all of our fabulous edges there. Doing this. There, no, not too much there. Not too much there. We might want to start thinking about doing this though. Yeah, we'll start doing some of that. To the edges of these clouds we go now. Ooh, there we are. Getting lighter. So surface tension, like you saw, that's all about the tiles. It's not a miniatures game. It's a board game. The tiles are the terrain. So you're the regular. Uh, if you see the video, you can see where we've got the regular hex tiles. Then you've got the special relays. You got the nodes. So it's not a miniature skirmish game. It's a board game. And it's all about the placement of these tiles here. And there's three. Well, there's four basic types. No, that doesn't go there. You got this one. You've got the double. You have a single. You have a double that goes into actually, well, nothingness. It's basically a path ending, and that's one where if you are a corrupted character, maybe you place that. And then there's also two if you're maybe wanting to prevent something that you think Mordred might be doing, or a fractured slash corrupted character. You could also drop that down to close a pathway. So yeah, it's not a skirmish game. I guess you could say there's some elements of like those Cthulhu games where characters kind of lose sanity points or whatever. Also, that's a bit of the Battlestar Galactica board game because, well, potentially people not exactly working for the group. And obviously, the two characters that have to be played by a person would have to be Arthur and then Mordred. If it's a solo thing, that's what I've been trying to work out. Is how could people play the game solo? And then let's say, okay, you only have three people. Do you have three human characters and then Mordred is strictly an AI? And by AI, I mean 3d6. That's your AI. There's no actual AI, just some dice. Well, now that's starting to pick up. Look at that. That being said, though, remember I wanted like those little things you see from Minas Tirith or Minas Morgul, right? Or even like say Rivendell and such. Even Edoras, those little they're maybe on like 100 and something millimeter circular plaque, and they just kind of it's a little almost like a little like a paperweight almost. I was gonna try and make a 3D printable Cyberthuria. That of course has elements that look like this. Not so sure if it would be printed out in FDM. I would think it would have to be given its size. Unless I print like the little individual towers and pieces of it and then get and resin and put those together, which who knows, maybe eventually we do that approach. Don't know. Look at this. We have now entered hour number 2. Hour number 2 here. Trying to frame up our buildings there so there's a little more square. Oh gosh, was it Hexton Hills was the first one there? Grand Oracle, or like one of the very first was Hexton Hills. At least I think that's what they were called. And I seem to like 2020. That's what I mean by one of the first. That was some of the first. That was the first printable hexes, and I still have a bunch of those. Yeah, somebody actually sent me a bunch of those, and I still have a bunch of them. Probably, maybe at least 24 of them, maybe 30. I remember they might have even done like a Kickstarter or something there. Yeah, see, Camda is familiar with the Hexton Hills stuff. Do they still call that Camda, or did they move on to a different name? Oh gosh, there was it was the Bolt Action guys. Tabletop Tabletop Battle. Yeah, are they still around? I'm gonna have to search and see Grand Oracle if Tabletop Battle is still around. I mean, there isn't. Well, it's not new, but there is a new version of Bolt Action out there. I don't know if they still have that game store. I'm pretty sure that game store was in Oslo. Could be wrong. I was about to say surface tension. Is that going to have to be another one of our universities in our APCC Hexton Hills? Now again, we're moving off of that red here. See that? We're getting some of the sky color down in there. Because we didn't want this to just be like, okay, endless reds, yellows, oranges, this blue. Right? And I mean, when we do a film noir on this, it's going to be really interesting how that just becomes a value and not really a color at all. So I think Hexton Hills might have become Hex World then or something like that. Because it was definitely Hexton Hills. And that, again, we're talking 2020. I always meant to get some of their hex tiles and such. Never got a chance to do that. Let's put it this way. Now I could make my own for our Middle Earth. More the, what would you say, the campaign map as opposed to the your kind of localized stuff. Now, I wasn't sure if Hexton Hills, their Grand Oracle, became something else over the last 3-4 years. I haven't been able to kind of keep track of that sort of stuff. Make it that. More of this out here. Get a little bit more of the blue out there. And I think I'm going to take some of this. Now it's going to be too dark. Ooh, that might be good. Ah, that is it. That's what we needed here for our building. There is that. Because somebody had, I think they were 8 inches or something like that. I forget. I remember seeing somebody was, or was it the, who was using that in their battle? I think it was the tabletop battle guys. And I remember them using them for their bolt action games. It has been years since I last saw a tabletop battle thing on YouTube. I still remember when they had just like pieces of paper taped to the wall in Svein's basement or Anders' basement or something. I don't know if it's progressed beyond that. Okay, now let's get. We need some other tones in there. I'm going to maybe steal a little bit of this. Is that too. No, it's not. Oh, actually, it's just about right. It's kind of on the translucent side. That's what I was looking for. Because now what we're going to do is take some of these edges here, and I'm actually going to pull those into more tiny little shapes here. So Hexton Hills is the, yes indeed, that's the small little hexes there. Believe it or not, I think they're right about this size. I think I made these 60s. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised then. I mean, 60 is probably a very common, 60 millimeters, that is probably super common. Let me push that dish away a little bit here. I'm actually going to zoom out a bit there. So you can get a little more of the overall flavor. It's funny, Grant Oracle, that was not the size they were supposed to be. I was thinking more like 80 to maybe 90, but at least 80. And, well, that started taking up space real quick. Now, they had to be at least 60 to be able to accommodate these. And again, our stream on Saturday, yeah, that's right, Grant. I was thinking of painting up, if I can, all 7 of the corrupted characters. We'll see if it plays out. We'll see if it works out there. Hopefully it does. We can paint all 7. Kind of a good old-fashioned Saturday challenge, right, Grand Oracle? Kind of like, speaking of 2020. Well, I don't think we were doing Saturday challenges in 2020. I think that was more of a 22, 23 kind of a thing. Maybe 24. Now we're going to get ourselves a little bit more dark in here so that these clouds start to see that we're going to try and that might be too dark. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we have. See that we kind of carved out a little edge for ourselves there. Now we got to take this and we will soften that up there. So yeah, these kind of come forward. And again, when we do our next film noir, that's going to be very interesting. All that blue in there. Now, this right here. Let me see what we want. No, let's wait on that. Let's wait. I'm going to do a little bit more of this right here. I think so. I'm going to take here a little bit of our white there. Yeah. Let's see what happens with this. Yeah, that little bit of dark starts to bring out this here, but we can only make it so light. We have to make what's around it darker. And by darker, it could just mean a middle tone. Doesn't have to be like darker means, shadow dark, like this stuff over here. Speaking of which, we need a little mid action going on in there. Let's get some middle action in here. That's some Indian red. And look, we're just going to scumble that on its side, and all of a sudden there's a little something going on there. Little something happening. Over here. This is a dark middle tone at best, but now it looks like a light color. Believe me, not a light color. This is a little lighter. That right there is pretty much a standard mid-tone right there. Not too light, not too dark. Hence the whole, that's a mid-tone. Gonna get her, whoops, that was a little too much. Well, looky here. Doink. Is gone. Is nice. Crisis averted. Little touch of something there. Give me a little bit of this in here. Get me some of that. Also some there. Almost make that maybe a little bit more towards the red as well. And let's see, we are now at 2 hours 30 minutes. 2 hours 30 minutes ago, we had ourselves a blank piece of hot press illustration board. We had some brushes, we had some oil paint. There was no drawing, there was no nothing. We just started painting this on here straight away. Now there's some of the other Cybertheria stuff that I want to do, like the portraits and everything. I'll probably have those drawn out in advance. Mostly because I might want to take on a couple of those on a stream. We might need I need a whole ton of those portraits painted. So we might actually see if we can't do a couple of those per stream. Which means, again, I might actually have those drawn out in advance. Reason you haven't seen them yet is, well, they're all meant to be done this way, which, as you can see, is not fantastic. And I'm trying to figure, okay, how do I bother modifying the composition, or do I just make them square? I was thinking of that too. Do we just make the thing square? Alright, let me try this. For a little more landscape in the background like you do. This could be a touch lighter. This is right here in front of our landscape. Now, again, this is kind of almost like, again, another fog bank here. Ooh, that's just about there. And it's really just in that one place. Ooh, I think that did it. I do think that achieved the results. Now, of course, we have not grabbed our fast matte white yet. That still is yet to be deployed. Oh, well, I mean, we're not that far away from hour 3. We'll wait till hour 3 to get that out here. Nice, there we go. And that's why trademarking the Cybertheria name there, Grand Oracle, much easier. Because there's not a whole lot of that out there. As in, well, none. No, ooh, is that too much of a glob of it? No, it's not. I was just trying to get me a little, here we go, a little bit more of the cloud right there. And now I will try right along this edge here. Some of the little grass tough things. Now some of those might get a little bit lighter. That's boy. Actually, Grant or that the. My apologies. That name sounds super familiar. That's another basically another My Mini Factory, right, Grant Oracle? Or Cults 3D or whatever? Or do I have am I thinking of that wrong? Might be thinking of that all wrong. I want these to be a little lighter here too. Oh yeah, that works. Something wicked this way comes. That would be Wicked City Gaming. Wicked City Gaming, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. They dare to enter our domain. Uh, Wicked City, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, why don't you do that? Great to see you. And of course, thanks for the raid. Where this is our day where we paint flat stuff. Guess what we painted last Thursday? Also flat. We'll do maybe a film noir for you to show you how interesting almost the same exact painting is in two very different types of color. Oh, wait, there's a third one. Look at that. So, sunrise, sunset, moonlight. Not necessarily in that order, but that's kind of how they roll. So, we're doing the sunset version. And there's the sunrise version. You can see the intensity of the colors is ratcheted up a whole bunch right here. And that is, again, all from our Cybertheria universe. Now, I believe our last stream was, where'd she go? Here we go. This is, so we did this last week. We are going to be doing the figure version of on our stream later today. Yeah, literally later today we're going to be streaming again. We will do the figure version of the Morrigan. And of course, here's some of our fabulous ships that we have been painting on our Monday streams. Also, more sculpts that I made for myself. There you go, some fabulous starships there. And well, we're gonna be not this coming Monday. We're gonna be doing some other stuff. Oh, and also to this. Speaking of reds, we just posted this to the Instagram. This is one of my latest tutorial series. Just came to a conclusion, a 3-part series. Also, another one of my sculpts right there. On Saturday, we're going to be painting the small board game versions of our corrupted characters. So there's our Lancelot right there. Here's again kind of what they look like. Where's our Cyber Galahad here? Let's bring him out. So again, these are the board game version, and this is the full-size kind of showcase miniature version. We're going to be painting the corrupted version, small guys, this coming Friday, as in later today. Oh, let's see, what is it? 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know, like 18 hours from now or something. Again, thank you so much, Wicked City. And of course, before you run out, if you wanted to share something in the chat, super quick there, Wicked City. Super quick. Go ahead and share that in the chat. Again, everybody, please give Wicked City Gaming a follow. So yeah, I've heard that. Super familiar with that name, Grand Oracle. I'm just obviously I never did anything with Mini Hoarder. Where are we at here with this? Ah, there we are. There's some more of our light here on the underside of this cloud. We'll have to soften this down. Not going to do that right away. We got to wait on that. These we could, because we did those a little while ago. Of course, we're using oil paints, like usual, like we always do. All oils all the time. There was no drawing or anything like that. We just basically started painting on here. It started out very much like a watercolor. And then this just kind of started slowly working its way with more of our opaque colors like so. Trying to work in a couple little lights here to kind of indicate this, edges of the stones here, maybe raised a little bit, whatever. You can see our fabulous reflection over here. Oh, yeah, that's what we need to do. It's like there was something else I was going to do with this over here. That's what I wanted to do with some of this. And we might hit this again too, but since I got to keep sticking my hands in that, how's about we wait? Let's not do that right now. I'm going back to this red here. Perhaps a little touch of it there as well. I don't know about over there. I think we'll wait on that. Let's go back to something. I'm going to try this. Whoops. Indian yellow. Some of this. Now, I don't want this to be like our clouds. As far as getting a little highlight edge here on our stone. So this is when we're not going to go back and pick up those edges. Nice to see you there, Landrast. I hope everybody doing good there. Hope it's going great. Let me do this. And yeah, we'll stick with that. We'll stick with that. Camden, it's really creepy. I'm thinking, Camden, maybe I'll have to do like an Instagram, or actually, Camden, would same thing, Grand Oracle. Would a it would be super short. It would not be very long at all, but some kind of tutorial video where I basically just take these paintings and we do like a round of some film noir on them, and just kind of touching on certain aspects. Again, I know that would not be a long. That would maybe be a 25-minute tutorial tops. But you've got these three things. I don't know. Maybe that would be worth it. I don't know. I need a blendy brush here. Whoops. Okay, it ain't gonna be this. I think it can be this because this has nothing on it. Okay, yeah, it can be that one. I mean, if that sounds okie dokie, then we'll try something like that. It would be weird because there would be like no painting involved or whatever. I don't know. Would you put it in? I don't think it would be a color theory in oils. I do have one series that was called Painting Concept, so maybe we'll just go there because it's sort of a painting concept. So yeah, maybe it'll go in there. Gonna try and connect this in here a little bit more. So I think we're gonna kind of party in this area for a smidge. So Landress, I think I sent you a picture of all of the tiles and such. Now I'm pretty sure I have more of those printed out. If I don't, I'm gonna have to print out some. No, I do have more. Okay, I got more of them printed out. I mean, not a ton, but there was at least, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna get these bad boys hit up too. Let's work in this now. Some of that up here. And then I'll take some of this, mix it in with our Indian yellow here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
We got ourselves a brand new little hobbit, and of course, this little hobbit, very much a fan of probably 11Z's, or second breakfast, because it is buttery sausage. Um, actually, I'm down for that. Yeah. Mark me down for like 3 of those. Yeah. Now, of course, I think the English call those bangers or something like that. I don't know if that's the after effects. We already had ourselves a 6 on our, let's see, a buttery sausage can also, oh my goodness, wow, we've had ourselves a pair of 6s, a big Gandalf 6, so Gandalf clearly agrees that he would like to have some buttery sausage. I cannot confirm nor deny that at the store today there was a whole heap and helping of sausage stuff that was on sale, like those jalapeno sausages. And I might have gotten like 3 pounds worth of those, and those are going in the air fryer tomorrow. Now we'll be freezing a bunch of them, like I did with the last batch. But sausages are on the menu, and that's not a bunch of angry Urukai either, looking to eat some hobbitses. Yes, indeed. Well, I'm liking this. That's working. That's working well up there. So yeah, we took. I think again it was like I don't know a dozen of them or something like that. Just did them all at once in the air fryer. It didn't take long at all. I think I did them in batches, 3 batches of 4. I maybe ate 5 of them, and then I said, okay, time to freeze the rest. There was a time when I used to cook at least like a dozen brats, a dozen burgers, and other stuff all at once, just big old barbecue thing, and then I was literally lunch for weeks later. And of course, it made everybody else there very jealous because every time I would microwave that stuff, the whole place would smell like a barbecue. Yeah, I basically had barbecue for lunch every single day. Nice to see you there, Primus. Happy Friday. So yeah, that is the intensity of these coats is really wild, especially when you compare it to last week. That is absolutely hilarious. So what I'm thinking, Camda, instead of just we'll do the slider bar thing too, but I'm actually going to try and just have the still images, and I'll try to we'll kill all the saturation on them, and then I'm going to try and place them so they're like right over each other, and then we'll just like do a quick little scene change from one to the next. I mean, I could try to just like animate that, go do a quick little 5-minute animation or something, take the pictures and just do a little slideshow. It depends which way is easier. So again, great to see you there, Primus. This up here needs to get reworked here. Maybe a little more complexity as well. Now I'm starting to see it. Okay, there we go. I think I might also go a little more orangey. A little more orangey on that. Landrest, I can't remember if you were going to see a movie today because you're back from Arizona. So I wasn't sure if that meant it was a movie night again. Given that it's 2:19 here, I'm thinking, maybe you did go see a movie. Oh well, geez, now we're almost at hour 3. 2 hours 15 minutes ago again. This is just a piece of illustration board, as in nothing. There was no drawing, no nothing. All right, let me do this. More here again, underneath these clouds. And then I think we want to. Oh yeah. Well, again, my hand's been wiping this away with my hand. That's why I haven't done a whole bunch over there. This orange has been kind of handy. Again, that's the Puro orange of all things. Been utilizing that. One of these has been getting used as a bit of a blending brush here. Hopefully you had yourself a blast there, Landrast. Hopefully that was super fun. Now we're going to try, but we have kind of just like the flat shapes here. I'm going to try and build out a little more edges on the clouds here. Extend this a little more. Getting into some of our bluish violet there. Now we're inching our way closer and closer to 10K. We're at 997.16 with our new hobbitses tonight. Again, 10K means nothing. You get no fabulous prizes whatsoever for it. It's like Cinco Trace, right, Camda? Doesn't really mean anything, but it would be nifty. Let's see. Oh yeah, 6 years ago. Well, let's see. Now 6 years and a month ago, maybe, is when we started doing this. Hard to believe it's been that long. And of course, it was basically all the streaming stuff. That's what developed all the oil painting. Well, at least so quickly. It would have developed anyway because I was doing it for years before it was streaming. But of course, then other folks started using the oils. And that really changed everything when other folks started using the oils too. Yeah. Not so bad getting that little bit of light there. I mean, projecting down this way. Well, no, you're definitely getting paid there, Camden. You're getting paid Chicago style. You get a piece of the action. You get a percentage. Now, some might say that percentage adds up to significantly more than 100%, but in Chicago we have a way around that. Usually centers around poor life choices, like again wearing concrete footwear near large open bodies of water. That tends to, the math all of a sudden starts to work out really well. Let me get some more of my lighter orange on this. What is going on with some of these clouds here? Trying to get the disappear, but I know it's probably gonna get wiped away by my hand. So yep, Canada, I got you marked down for 30%. The sometimes the more hazardous part of that operation is when you try to collect. Again, that's where accidents happen. Now let me get some more of this lighter stuff down here. Right there. And even now, that stuff is put there potentially hours ago. Well, look at that. I can even take away some of it with my hand, whatever's. Yeah, see exactly, Camden, right here. That math works out. Most folks would say 30% of nothing is nothing. Not so here. And no, I'm going to leave. I like that little bit of an edge right there. Oh, yeah. And you can see with that, there's almost a little bit of pink right there. And that almost kind of creating this kind of spectral-like effect here that comes straight on down. Couple other interrupts in here. Now over here, that's actually a darker color. Where over there, it's basically a highlight. It's just a mid-tone, maybe a value 4-ish. Somewhere in there. And look at that. We're just about at 3 hours here. Still will be more stuff that I want to do up here in these clouds again to soften some of those. I might no. Let me roll with this. I'm going to take this, some of that pearline crimson. Let me see what I get out of this. That's pretty close. That's pretty close to what I need, I think, here. Where are we at? Okay, pearline crimson at essentially not radiant, radiant violet. That might get a little too brownish. Let me see what happens. No, not really. Not really. Might also need a little bit more thinner in there. I'm trying to walk this further over this. I think I want some of this. Ooh, that's maybe that was the way to go. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was the way to go. I will take that. Yeah. Kind of translated that dirty, almost like a violet color, into an orange, and now into the much heavier orange out here. Now, if we do paint that landscape that I was talking about doing, I would imagine there will be like 100 times where I have to say, no, this is not Mordor. This is not Mordor. Now, again, maybe we do, or I do a different, maybe slightly different perspective on it, but it would be neat to have the, oh, there was the winter one. Technically, there's two more. There was a winter scene that I had. Which, that would be a whole nother form. That would be bouncing that sky blue. Maybe. Maybe that's what I should do for next, well, next Thursday is going to be our Battle of Midway observation. So that's going to probably be a nice little painting of a Dauntless dive bomber diving onto a flat top there. So that's what we're going to be doing for this coming Thursday. That may be the winter scene of this. That could be real interesting because this would be all covered in snow, really intense blue sky, and that would bam reflect down here because we haven't reflected anything like that here. We did a little bit of the blue sky there. That would also probably involve a lot of really significant hard edges and stuff because that sunlight would really be bouncing all over the place like it does on snow. Yeah, Camden, you can actually, I mean, you can actually be snow blinded if that sun is low enough and it's one of those days where it's, say, anywhere between, say, 10 degrees and 10 below, you can actually get snow blinded. Even sunglasses aren't enough. It's just basically like somebody's got a whole bunch of mirrors pointed right at your eyes. Because the air is so cold and so crisp, and that sun is really intense. If anything, the air itself starts to crystallize. So not just the snow on the ground, but even the air itself kind of contributes to that crystallization and almost like a ton of bunch of like prisms or something floating around in the air. Just doing a bit of scumbly stuff right there. A bit of scumbly stuff. Yeah, so Artemichael can confirm that you can potentially even get a sunburn. And if you're not wearing sunglasses, your eyes could actually be damaged by snow blindness. So Camda can also confirm. I mean, that's why we call it a death orb, right? Right, Camda. Actually, think Camda anything above like a flashlight or something like that would probably almost like a burst into flame sort of situation. Now instead, yeah, let's go a little more towards the orange up here. Right, nothing super dark. Yeah, these kind of I think need a touch of that here. I think they need a touch of that. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a little some right across where the sun is here. And that'll yeah, see that makes it even lighter. I was gonna say, Cam, that even a full moon could be almost deadly. Yeah, it could very well be civilization ending there. Okay, yeah. Now this will also, I think, benefit from. Maybe I will just chuck this. Nah. Well, I don't have any of my Perline red left. I got the Perline crimson, but here, let's do a little, again, some clouds doing this here. We kind of lost a little bit of this. We're going to bring some of this back now. Maybe, okay, that. And yeah, I don't want to go too dark here. What's it? Because that would bring way too much attention to this area off to the side, right? We want it to be over here. So yeah, the time where, let's put it, the times, I guess, where I looked outside and my eyes were really just like hurting from, that was in the dead of winter, not in summertime. Because the angle of the sun is a thing too, and that in the wintertime especially, that sun is quite low. Man, we're still, let's see, it's the 29th now. We got like 23 days. We got 3.5 weeks before the longest day of the year. Well, no, let's see, we got, yeah, but it's about 3.5 days before the longest day of the year, and the sun is already starting to come out like 4:45 or something. That is absolutely bonkers. Now over here again, we're gonna try and tone. I think we've really been able to knock down some of the unwanted edges on our clouds back here. Now, what I might do super quick here is I might go do a little medicine refresh. Little medicine refresh, and then skedaddle right on back here. Because now we're going to start working on these clouds. We're working on these. Let's work on this here. And then, of course, some of the last thing, we got to hit these, right? But since, again, we're sticking my hands on those, we don't invest too much in those right now. So don't go anywheres. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We, again, just got to go refresh some medicine. procurement achieved. Now we go to our mid-level, mid-ground clouds here. I'm going to try this. You know what? Let me get a little bit of this here Naples yellow into that. There we are. It needed a teensy bit of opacity there. Value, really not any different. It's the opacity that I was looking for, and that was achieved with that little bit of the Naples yellow. I'm almost tempted to do a little, okay, here, let's go a little bit further with this Naples yellow here. Nope, I'm gonna go with some of this. Some of this yellow into there, and now we'll go kind of full on dry brush here. Now we're talking. Okay. Another, look at that. Here's another that's kind of like rough and choppy there. We're going to do a little bit of this tap, 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 little smoothing. Kind of doing this circular thing going on there, and it's almost like, yeah, like we just used an airbrush or something. Almost like we used an airbrush, but no airbrush. It's an airbrush-free airbrush. Or an air-free airbrush. There you go. It's the bristle version of an airbrush, courtesy of the oils. Now it's possible this one takes a little bit longer to dry because we got ourselves some slow drying colors out. We got the Indian yellow, Williamsburg style. We got Perlene crimson. We've got Puro orange. Those are not fast drying colors. However, we're working on a really absorbent surface, and by really absorbent surface, I mean super absorbent. We also have a whole bunch of alkyds out here too, and that arachne piece. Now we've kind of done it before, so it wasn't like it was some kind of big question, but I think we have some real confirmation now that when you have at least some kind of alkyds in there, even if you got slow drying oil paints, it's still going to dry faster. I don't know if I want to say significantly faster, but you're definitely going to have a quicker drying time, no doubt about it, if you've got at least some kind of alkyds out there in the palette. If it's just, say, the white, well, that might not help quite as much. But here we got a bunch of other alkyds on the palette here. I've been using at least, I would say 70% of the colors are alkyds. Yeah, at least. Okay, I see the same thing here. It's like a more diluted version of what happened over here. Now let's get some maybe some lights over there. Okay, I think oh yeah, here's a big old batch of white. Wow, we haven't even gotten fast matte white out here yet. I just realized that. Yeah, we haven't even used that yet. I mean, that's fine, no big deal. Get ourselves some lights over here. There we go. Again, nothing too crazy. Just a little something there. Now I might, here, let's do some more of our teensy little lights. Let me change my grip on this here. Come on. Ah, there we go. I'm gonna do another row. in there. Maybe a little bit more that, a little more up here. Now I will try to get a couple of really light things here. On a couple of our cloudy edges. Closest to where our brightest sunlight is going to be. Like so. Here. There, we were some more there. Okay. And then the same thing on these clouds here. Let me get some more of that white there. Testament to this Indian yellow. There's still, I mean, there's still stuff in there. There's still a little bit of yellow, even after all of the other white that I've been bringing over here. There's still some yellow in that. I'm hoping. Yes, it looks like. Yeah, it's definitely bringing a little bit more here. Camda, that's that's why I was thinking of. I was talking about that project there of some kind of maybe something that goes on like a 100 millimeter round base, or even just a 90 or something like that. That kind of just shows the landscape of Cyberthuria. And again, it's all about that kind of that digital. It's not just like a city. It's essentially all digital. It's all circuitry. That'll be a challenge to design, Camda. But again, where's our? Well, my relay towers can't quite access those. But again, a lot of the buildings, their foundations would look a little bit more like this. Now, also too, I was working on some spoken word pieces and some other things in the character's own words, kind of like what I've been doing with the Compass Rose stuff. There we are. So now there are these clouds that really pick up their bright edges here. And you can see some of these, right? Hard edges, lost edges. Not everything. It's not like we're not outlining the clouds completely. There's some parts that are stronger lit than others. There again, that's another instance where the really bright stuff's going to happen. And then up here too. Perhaps, how's that going to work with these? Been kind of waiting a little while to get to this really light stuff along the edge of our rocks here. Back into here again. Now we've been doing all that other stuff. Time to maybe chuck in a little more smaller details in here. Even if we just kind of to rough up the surface there so it's not like it's just smooth glass or something. But yeah, all this crazy violet in here. Again, we'll certainly do at least one more film noir before we close out here. And I think that's going to reveal some really interesting stuff about our clouds here, especially when we compare it to our other one. May hit these again, yeah. I don't really have a whole bunch on some of these other buildings here. So even within our little landscape right here, it's a microcosm of the whole thing. We have, like a foreground, a middle ground, and sort of a background, and that's all within this part of our landscape. Then we got foreground, middle ground, background, as far as the entire painting goes. Oh, look at this. We're headed towards Cinco Tres there, Camden. We're not that far away. A little more, like right in here. Yeah, okay, that works. That works. Still have not actually put any fast matte white out here. Could it be a fast matte white free painting? Which is weird given all the light stuff we've been doing here. That would be pretty hilarious. I'm just trying to break down. I mean, this is as straight up white as I'm pretty much going to be able to get here without having the fast matte white out here. Just kind of breaking this down, breaking this down. We'll get some of that chunky stuff off of the brush. We'll just do this here. That's better. I think, no, we can try here. Let me also try to get some of these really light here on our buildings. Okay. Now the sun over here. It's kind of like right here. And gets a little edgy light on some of those clouds right there. Whoops, no, I want just a straight up white here. Get those. Just reinforce some of our lights here. As in, like window lights instead of just lights as in highlights. Perhaps another light over there. Yeah, okay. Whoops, no, back to this. Alright. Fine, I'll just hit that, and so a weird thing happened there. Not so much in the clouds up there. Let me try to hit our surfaces down here again where this sun is really focused, coming straight down at us away. A little bit on the clouds, then in here, right in this area. That's where we would really focus on that. Bring that down onto our rocky surface here. Okay, edge of that, and now kind of do a little bit of light on the edges of all these rocks here as the sun glints right along the edge of them. And that'll come straight down this way here. Blammo. That's gonna serve to flatten these out even more. This has to be kind of flatter here. It's sort of like these clouds have to be flatter. That's a whole perspective thing right there. Foreshortening. Just walk this down stone by stone. Let me get that one. Okay. All right. There. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna try that right on the edge of one of these guys here. Yeah, that wasn't the worst idea. Not the worst idea. Oh, also here, let me. Even though I might probably just wipe this out with my hands, I'm going to try. First, let me get as much stuff out of here as I can. Yeah, we're pretty good there. Pretty good. Something a little lighter here on the edge of these little cloudies here. I might want me a little more. Something a little bit warmer. Let me try this. Oh, I think we're getting there. Okay, so I got this here on its side. Doing scumbly stuff. That's mixing the whole time. Now let me grab something else here that maybe. Okay, that is dry-ish. Same kind of scumbling. See that all kind of choppy there? Well, if we do that, not choppy anymore, is it? Not choppy anymore. Little touch on the top of that, not too much. Not too, even that might be a little more than I wanted. I'll just use this guy. Again, these are just little craft brushes here. And I mean, I got 2 fingers on that brush, and we're just, again, doing a little tap, 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 and that is it. I'll get that stuff out of here. Now, with some of our blue here, let me grab, yeah, this is one of those, again, talking about little craft brushes, just one of those little one happy choicer brushes right there. That's some of our red, some of this, blue. What have we got here? Is that too dark? That's a little bit on the darker side. You know what? I'm just going to bring this back. Yeah, that is in no way, shape, or form cobalt blue. Not even close. I have no idea why they called it that. It's pretty much just ultramarine blue mixed with some white. See you later there, Arid. Arid, if you want to share your stuff one more time in the chat before you head out the door, everybody please give Arid a Can't Wait for a follow. Arid will be streaming later tonight. Yes, Arid's also going to be streaming later tonight. Some fabulous jewelry. So again, have yourself a good night there, Irid. As always, appreciate you being here. Again, but check out that Pinterest link. Check that out, and then give Irid Can't Wait for follow. Because, well, guess what? Friday, Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific time, you can see Irid doing that fabulous jewelry stuff. Now, this is a little bit more high octane. I mean, it's a dingy grayish color, especially compared to all the really bright stuff we have next to it. And again, film noir is going to reveal some very interesting things. They bring this over on this side now. So again, that's kind of a harder edge. I'm going to try to no more dry brushy. Ooh, that's it. That is what I need. There was just too much paint on the brush. Took some of it away. And by dry brush, I mean there's practically no paint on the brush yet. Right? Unlike that nasty dry brush texture, what do we get? We get something that looks pretty darn smooth. Because the oils are, well, there's wet paint here. It's the wettest dry brush ever, or the driest wet blend ever. Either way you want to say it. So seal either Irid. Bring in a little bit more here, a little more of that bluish stuff. Now I'm gonna try to get me some of that down here. Again, as much to just kind of soften some edges, if anything else. Again, I'm getting some of that bluishness down to here. I'm gonna try and cut into these a little. Essentially, if you want to call it sky blue, it's more like sky periwinkle, right, right, Camden? Well, where I've been hitting that with my hand, I'm just gonna throw that stuff up there. Because yeah, that was darker. I just kept essentially removing it with my hand. Nice to see you again there, Dwarving. I hope that everything goes well. Good luck painting those Blood Bowl ogres. Now, hopefully you got a really fun color scheme, maybe some fun logo stuff there. I guess, well, the ogre team still has their little snotling buddies, right? No, I think that it's the snotling team that has the pump wagon. More of that over here. So great to see you there, Dwarving. And of course, a happy Friday to you. Oh, look at that. We just said we had Cinco Trace there, Camda. Just a few seconds ago. Okay, yeah, there we are. Now these are looking even fluffier. And again, a film noir. Let's just do a gratuitous film noir here. We're gonna zoom out. Let's zoom out here. So we're zoomed out, and we are going to do our little film noir trick here with our fabulous clouds and all that good stuff going on. Zoink. They just keep lining up more and more. They're getting closer and closer there. But look at this. Okay, let's do this first. You can kind of, again, see them in Again, a perspective of what that's like. Now here, let me zoom in again here. That almost flattens out by comparison. Now let's bring back this color here. Look at the difference in those clouds. I mean, even there, that's at like 10%. Now we're going to claw this back to the full 50. Bam, look at that. So that's those harsher shadows that we talked about. Remember, Camda, that the moonlight is going to yield harsher shadows because there is no reflected light really bouncing around, or at least significantly less of it. So yeah, this looks like there's this big turning that actually gets all the same value. That blue is the same value as all of this other stuff around it. It's not really darker, as in hardly at all. It looks that way. It's just not actually that much darker. It's again, it's the optical delusion, right, Camda? It is an optical delusion. That's what we specialize in here, apparently. This is another place here. We're gonna just kind of try to any kind of weird edges or something. We're gonna try to take some of those out of there. Almost even working a little bit of what we got in our clouds here. Almost a little hint. See, we got some hints of that happening up here. Little hints. Taking this little crafty brush, just 2 fingers on it, and then see this little swirly, scrumbly brushstroke right there. That's what's going to again soften up all those nasty edges. So yes, on our next stream, which is just hours from now, really, we'll paint up our fabulous Morrigan, part of our Celtic Goddess series here. There's the Morrigan. That is all set, ready to go, and we'll carry through there she is, the same color scheme as we did on the bust right here. A lot of this is almost some of the same colors as we used on our Seri Republic ships there, Camda. Pretty close to that. Okay, that's over here. Now that is generally a little bit darker. Also trying to get a bit of a sharper edge on that. Over here, once again, almost a sharper edge there. See, and these clouds instantly come forward because of edge contrast. Just like this comes forward because of edge contrast. Now with the Morrigan figure, I might also indulge myself in some of the regular oil paints because it drying fast is not really quite all that necessary. Here we go, right around our rocks over here. Here we go. More there. Again, doing this little, taking this brush, swirling it around. That's why all these edges are getting super duper soft right there. 3 hours, 40 minutes ago, we had absolutely nada on here. We had no paint. There was no drawing. Never did any drawing at all. We just started chucking paint on here. That's how we roll. We just started throwing paint on there. We certainly need a little bit of that over here too. Yep. So all of this, look at how soft that has become. And again, this this almost comes forward because of the blue. Normally, right, cool colors will recede, warm colors will come forward. But because you have this sea of much warmer stuff here, having this little interrupt here of the cooler blue, bam, your eye is just like, whoa, what do we got there? What's that? What's the deal? What are we looking at there? And your eye gets all kind of curious about this blue. Instead of, if it was just like layers and layers of red, it really would not have much depth. Not really, not necessarily all that interesting either. It would get pretty boring pretty quickly. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but that's kind of how it is. Believe me, not easy to wrap the head around that. Now, I think up here I could really start to get some of this darker kind of violet stuff because, well, I won't be grabbing that. Well, I say that now and I probably will end up grabbing that part, but I think we're good. I don't think I'll be sticking my hand on this. I'm going to try and make something a little darker here. Let's mix this up. What do we got? Okay, that's darker. That's what I was hoping for. Oh, yeah, now I can see it. And I will try here a little bit more of the Perling Crimson. There. Again, you can see that's darker, all right. That is definitely darker. If I can grab this thing and maybe even do a little bit wet into wet blending here. I literally just got these two fingers on the brush. My hand is almost off the end of the brush. Caress the brush. Don't crush the brush. More up there. Yeah, alright. Is nice. Is it that? Okay, that's nice. Let's maybe we'll do a little bit more of the dark over here. Let me see what we got. Let me see what we got over here. Maybe there. And a little bit okay, up in the corner there. It's still got some of the opacity though. It's got some of that bluish color, that little bit of periwinkle in there. Maybe hit you a little bit on the edge there. Okay. Oh yeah, that works. I need to do a similar deal here. Back to, once again, almost a dry brushy kind of approach here. Just taking this red, just a little almost like Morse code. Just tapping that on there. Doing that little bit scrumbly. There. And as we do that, hopefully, yeah, it's starting to bring out some of the cloudy edges. Nope, not over there. That would have competed with this. That right there is a Here, shade or two lighter than this. If I was to hit what I was about to here, it would virtually be the same as this. They would look like they're on the same plane. We don't want that. They should be taking different flights. They should not be on the same plane. There. So you're going to be seeing a lot of this type of coloration on the Saturday stream if we're doing all those corrupted Cybertheria characters. We've got when they actually came to the corrupted Arthur, we haven't done the. I'm actually going to see if I can't alter him a bit. I was going to do that in a tutorial video. It's going to be a Blender tutorial vid. I've got, again, like the corrupted uh, Arthur, but I want to take all of those, the different Oculus things that I made, some of the other kind of cyber-like stuff, and see if I can't put that on him. I think that would be a very, very interesting tutorial. I will darken that down a touch more like that. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure I want to darken this down really all that much more. Yeah, if I do, not sure that would work out as well as I think. Maybe just to leave well enough alone. Sometimes you just gotta say, okay, that's enough. No more fooling around in a given area, whatever. Now this, I do want to hit a little. Let me grab this. Our yellow. Not the Mars Black. Boy, that got on that brush real quick. Alright, fine. We'll bring it over here. We'll try this again. More of our thinner. Alright, I think we got that now. Because here needs here we go. Yeah, that needs to catch a little bit of light over there. It's like, whoops. We're missing out on our light there. That needs to shift back towards a yellow. Somehow that got all kinds of weird white there. We got to get rid of that, and looks like we did. We are good there now. A touch of cleanup in here. We've got our archway. No, no, no. That's got to be a little wider there. Okay. Pull that across there, and I think maybe we'll do another little line of our windows there. Back when I was doing the illustration stuff in those early days, it was everything. All of this stuff was all airbrushed all the time. I didn't even have an airbrush then, so I couldn't do that. But that was the big demand at that time. Everything was airbrushed. All right. This is a whole bunch of orange in it. We're going to kind of walk it over. Okay, that softens that some more. All right, that's what we're looking for. A little touch of that back. And here too, we got that on other side on the right hand side. I want a little bit of that over here. And look at this, we're now close to 4 hours. I still like the idea. I think actually instead of doing like the corrupted version of our Saber 3 or something like that, I like the Moonlight version. Actually, Camden, I'm looking at this right here, but with the lightning strike and everything, we never really done something like that. Right? We've got kind of a warm stuff there, and then you got the cooler color that lightning strike thing. So I might see what's happening with that. Of course, oh, there's our Avalon. That's right. Oh, geez, can I actually find that tile here? It would be this scene. Oh, here it is. Yes. That is another scene that I was thinking about painting up. Our Saber Avalon. The original composition is vertical. It's we need horizontal here, not vertical. So a lot of the things that I was hoping to paint on stream here, it's pretty much contingent on me being able to essentially turn them into some kind of horizontal composition. I mean, I can if it's very tiny and the camera is very far away from the painting, then I can do a vertical format. Otherwise, not so much. It will have to be something other than vertical. I am gonna have to. I'm gonna try and walk a little bit of this down. No, that might be too much. I'm gonna bring in a little bit of my orange. That's the pure orange. Somewhere I got me a blending brush. Is it this guy? It is that guy. And then we're gonna do the same deal. We're just gonna look at this. We're just a little quick tap 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 thing going on there. That's it. You can see this is what we call a lost edge. There's literally nothing there. I painted some light here, sharp edge, sharp edge. There's nothing in between. That is basically we call it a lost edge, and that is what creates that turn. Where's the? Let me see if I can. This probably does it just as well as anything. You can see right the transition points in the cheek there. Well, there's no super hard edges. Where's their super right here? Those are super hard edges because that's basically metal there. Wherever there's metal, stone, you got the hard edges. But here, even the hair, there's softer edges there. But that is what you call a kind of a lost edge. That's what indicates that there's a turn there. Instead of it going like that, it's going like this. So yeah, Camda. I don't know. Maybe Camda. If you're like, how in the world did I get homework out of this? But if you don't mind, just shoot me a little reminder there. It's like, you know what? Maybe think about doing. Uh, now that we got these three like this, some kind of literally noir, film noir episode. I don't know. Maybe that could be its own series, Camda. Maybe we just should we call it contrast workshop or something like that, where we just take things like let's say it's a couple of miniatures done, the same miniature done a couple of different ways. I mean that could be another thing. Instead of it doesn't have to be just paintings. Maybe we do a miniature. We paint it 3 different ways. Same miniature, 3 different color schemes. Do it and then do a bunch of noir on it and see what happens. And of course, the miniatures, those could be either tutorials and or streams, somewhere where people can watch the process. Look again, here's edge there. That's a lost edge. We're not doing anything there. We're only doing this here where the light kind of picks up a little bit, and then that goes. If that's a hard edge all along the way, it just looks like somebody's got like a ripped up piece of paper towel sitting there. So basically, Camda, I was thinking, I would film, right? There are our episode with the three paintings here, like a noir type of thing. But then maybe in the future start thinking about taking the same miniature painted three different ways, like radically different ways, and then we sort of do a whatever on it, some kind of a noir episode, something like that. But at least, again, it would be a short episode. It would not be terribly long. But there might be some other stuff. Instead of just like these paintings, maybe I grab other things that there might be multiple things of, and then do the same deal. Just grab a bunch of different stuff, maybe some stuff with source lighting on it. Unless we just call it, the that would be a long episode name. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. Alrighty. Give me some more there. Yeah. Fade that out. Again, just taking a little junky old brush, doing that. And again, our Morrigan as part of our Celtic Goddess series. So there she is off on the left-hand side there, but we already did Bridget. We painted Bridget 3 times. We have Arianrod, we're going to be doing that, and of course Branwen off to the right there. And that one's going to have a whole bunch of tattoo stuff. So I was thinking I was originally going to do that as a tutorial vid, so I think that could be very helpful. Probably a multi-part episode for sure. Because that would be we've never really done super extensive tattoo stuff like that. So that's another at least a 2-part series. I don't think it needs to be a 3. I think we can do it in 2. But yeah, I think that would be a very fun thing to film. Alrighty, there we got that. More here with this. Yeah. Break this up in a couple smaller shapes. And there, alright. Okay, and nice. Couple more bits of our light there again. So this looks like it's behind this. This looks like it's behind this, and this, so on, so forth. And this should be really interesting as a photo backdrop for a really, really small figures here. Let me just grab, and let's try our Galahad. So yeah, that's gonna make an interesting little backdrop for him. And then, of course, we'll have to have the fractured Camelot for photographing our other characters. Otherwise, they're so tiny. Remember, the other backdrop was that was designed for 75 mil figs. Something more there, yeah, something like that. Me do some here. Like that. Up we go there, up and over. A little more over here. We got, I think, a touch more of the light edge on this. If we can get that a little lighter, then that recedes even further here. Let me get my finger's been hitting this. That's okay. Yeah. See that? See how that goes to the distance because we made that lighter, and that's not white. It's a very light yellow, yeah, but it's still not white. Again, we have another lost edge right here. That's why we have these three stair steps. See, we got lost edge, hard edge, lost edge, hard edge, each in succession. Guess what? A lost edge there, and now what happens over here? Oh, well, look at that, another hard edge. You can do this on miniatures too. We just showed you with that Morrigan, and well, there's certainly going to be a bunch more of it here because we got lots of metal to do, right? All that armor, the sword, all that stuff. But again, that'll be our stream. But it's basically later tonight. More of our light right along the edge here. Come on, touch more there. Again, don't want to blow away any of our basically softer edges there. Touch more like that, yeah. I think we're good in here. This I might try to make a little bit lighter. And some there. Little touch here on the edge of our rock. See that? A little bit there. A little bit more of my light right along the edge of that. That really brings up that cloud some more. How's about on some of our grass here? Let me see if I can do a couple of hits there. A couple of hits there. Okay, that. Again, the more edges, breaking some stuff up some more too. I think what we're going to do here is we're going to, well, it is getting to be chow time here for me. Let's, how's about we say a little bit of thank you to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. Appreciate that. And of course, I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. We had raids. We had at least 4 raids. The usual Kaylee and Catmaster, and we have Wicked Minis. So appreciate those. Man, well, it's not gonna be all that long. Well, look at that. It's 3:33 in the morning here. It's almost like Cinco Trace again, Camden. But yes, indeed. Let's do one more film noir on this here. Let's do another film noir here. Those all nice and soft, right? But nowhere near the impact. And again, that blue that like seems like it comes forward or whatever, it's the same value. That is almost virtually all the same value. Bring it back. You can already see it. You can already see that blue in the more intense. Look at that. Look at the intensity of that blue. And again, it is essentially the same scene as that, but radically different colors. There you go. So let's maybe head on over here. We got our Critical Paint Studios here. Yes, indeed. Again, we're going to be painting our fabulous Morrigan. And we'll be doing that again later today. So thank you so much for joining me here, and we will see you then.